very much, Chair. We are now live.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Henry Batchelor, and I will be chairing the committee. Members, I'm just going to have a quick announcement about the sad passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I'll invite members to stand for a 2-minute silence, and then we'll begin the proceedings of the meeting. So today, we mourn the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, a remarkable sovereign who reigned with courage, dignity and strength for 70 years, Britain's longest-serving monarch. While it is a deep private loss for the royal family, the nation shares in their grief for an incredible woman who was devoted to public service for a country that she loved. As Britain changed around her, she was the rock that remained constant. While it is a time of great sadness, it is also a time to remember the legacy which she leaves behind. So I invite you all to join me in standing for the next 2 minutes in silence, reflecting on this historic moment and paying your own private tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you. Okay, just the usual bits of housekeeping, and then we will move into the main body of the agenda. So could I please remind all those present in the chamber that everything on your desks, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up with the microphone. If the fire alarm sounds, then please leave the chamber and make your way down the stairs. Do not use the lift. The safe assembly point is next to the marketing suite, which is halfway down the business park. And with those participating in the meeting via the live stream, please indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose than requesting to speak. Please make sure your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to do so otherwise. Please ensure you've switched off or silenced any other devices so that they do not interrupt proceedings. And obviously that goes for us in the chamber too. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly, clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone else. Members, please note if we need to vote on any item, we should do so via the electronic microphones in front of us, and only those who are present in the chamber are able to vote. So committee members, we're now going to do a quick roll call. After I read your name out, please switch your microphone on, introduce yourself, and then switch the microphone off again. So as mentioned at the start, my name is Councillor Henry Batchelor. I'm one of the members for the Linton Ward, and I'm the chair of this committee. And the vice chair on my right is Councillor Peter Fane.
Good morning, Peter Fane, Shelford Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Ariel Khan.
Ariel Khan, Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Martin Khan.
Martin Khan, member for Histon, Impington and Orchard Park.
Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Jeff Harvey, Councillor for Borsham Ward.
Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Timmy Hawkins, Caldecott Ward.
Councillor William Jackson Wood.
Good morning, Will Jackson Wood of the Shelford Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Peter Sanford, Ward Councillor for Caxton and Papworth.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, councillors. Heather Williams, I represent the Mordens Ward.
Last but not least, Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Richard Williams, member for the Whittlesford Ward.
Thank you. So I can confirm the meeting is quorate, so we will be proceeding with business today. Also joining us at the top table here, we have some officers to support the committee today. So on my left, we have Mr. Phil McIntosh, who is the Interim Delivery Manager.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Yeah, Phil McIntosh, Interim Delivery Manager, West, for the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Richard Pitt, who's the Principal Planning Lawyer.
Good morning, members. Yeah, Richard Pitt, Principal Planning Lawyer and the Legal Advisor to today's committee.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Steve Fraser-Lynn, who's a Planning Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Fraser-Lynn, Planning Officer. I'm just going to be presenting the item on 38 Histon Road, Cottenham.
And Tom Rosala, another Planning Officer.
Good morning, I'm Tom Rosala, Definitive Map Officer. I work for Cambridgeshire County Council. I'm presenting an item on a public footpath.
Thank you. And finally, joining us remotely, we have our Democratic Services Officer, Lawrence Damari Homan, who will be clerking the meeting today. Lawrence, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Lawrence Damari Homan, Democratic Services Officer for the Planning Committee.
Thank you. So members, if you need to leave the meeting at any point, please could you indicate to myself or the Vice Chair so it can be recorded in the minutes, please. We will be breaking regularly, dependent on where we are in the agendas, but if any members feel they need a break prior to that, just again indicate to myself or the Vice Chair and we'll do our best to accommodate. Members, we should have the main agenda pack dated the 5th of September and then 2 additional online supplements dated the 6th of September, which is a plans pack, and the appendix for agenda item 5, which is the public right-of-way application. We should have also received a supplementary update report for agenda item 7, which I believe we have paper copies of in front of us, and also a paper copy of some representations from local members that were received after the agendas were printed. Do any members not have any of those documents or access to them? No, I think we're all ready to go. So, Lawrence, can we go to you, please, for agenda item number 2, which is apologies for absence?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just the one apology for absence today from Councillor Bill Handley.
Thank you. So we move on to agenda item 3, which is declarations of interest. Do any members have any interests to declare relating to any items of business on the agenda today? Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. And in relation to item 14 on the appeals, one of which is listed, I'm the local member for.
Thank you. It's been noted. Councillor Sanford.
Just a clarification, items 9 and 10 relate to property in Comington, which is part of my ward. I've had no contact with the applicant. Any comments I make will be as a member of the Planning Committee, not the local member.
Thank you. I have one as well. I'm an elected member of Cambridgeshire County Council, who are the applicants of agenda item 5, albeit that doesn't preclude me from taking part in voting. Okay, members, if there's no more declarations of interest, we will move on. So we are now on agenda item 4, which are the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 10th of August. They are on page 1, moving forward of our agendas. Do any members who were present have any alterations or see any mistakes in them? No. Can we agree those as a correct record? Oh, sorry, Councillor Heather Williams.
I am abstaining, Chair, as I wasn't present at the meeting.
No, noted. So Councillor Heather Williams would be abstaining as she wasn't present. Members, can we agree those as a correct record, please, with that one abstention? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we move on to the substantive business in front of us today, which begins agenda item 5 on page 9 of our agendas. This is an application for a public right-of-way diversion, which is public footpath number 10, Gamblingay. Sorry, because this is a Cambridgeshire County Council application. It's laid out slightly differently, so I don't have all the information in front of me. But I think, as we heard earlier, the applicant is Cambridgeshire County Council. The presenting officer is the definitive maps officer from the County Council, Mr. Tom Rizala, who is with us in the room. So, Tom, I will hand over to you to present the report, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just get my PowerPoint up. Okay. Right, let's go. So this agenda item is regarding an application for a public path order under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. Section 257 allows a local planning authority to make a public path order to divert or stop up a public right-of-way if they're satisfied. Oh, sorry. I think sorry about that. Yeah, I'll start again. So this is regarding an application for a public path order under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act. Section 257 allows a local planning authority to make a public path order to divert or stop up a public right-of-way if they're satisfied that it's necessary to do so in order to enable a development to be carried out. The order-making authority for public path orders under the Town and Country Planning Act are the Planning Authority, in this case South Cambridgeshire District Council. Cambridgeshire County Council are responsible for the legal record of public rights-of-way in the County of Cambridgeshire in the form of the definitive map and statement. The County Council and South Cambridgeshire District Council have an agreement in place since 2007, which enables County Council officers to process applications to divert public rights-of-way associated with the development on the district's behalf, although the powers to make and confirm the legal orders are retained by the District Council, where they are the relevant planning authority. The report for the committee is in relation to a reserved matters planning permission approved in 2020 for 90 dwellings, a Green End Industrial Estate in Gamblingay. I've got a plan up of the proposed public right-of-way, but I also have here a plan which shows the proposed open spaces, gives you an idea of the planning permission that was granted under planning reference S408519RM, which is shown at Appendix E of the report. As part of the development proposals, the applicant, Morris Homes Easton, have applied to the County Council for a public path order to divert the legal alignment of part of public footpath number 10 Gamblingay, which is between A, B and C on the plan, which is on the screen. Prior to the development of public footpath number 10, Gamblingay ran down a private access road in the Green End Industrial Road site. I have some pictures here of what it previously looked like. These are extracts taken from Google Street View, and they show the appearance and character of the relevant part of the footpath prior to the commencement of the development. It generally followed the northern footway, which will now generally follow the northern footway of the Estate Access Road, which is ultimately proposed to be adopted under Section 38 agreement, which is an adoption agreement, the Highways Act. So you can see it previously between points A and B ran down basically a shared vehicular access way. And then again, between B and C, up a shared access vehicular way, to point C, which is in the distance in the picture, where the public path order ends. So I've also taken some photographs, which are actually taken in May 2022 during construction works, and therefore there are little bits of the proposed route, which I wasn't able to photograph, but it gives you an idea of the layout. It's being built at the moment, so it's not complete. So this is basically point D looking towards point E. As I said, the proposed public footpath would follow the footway. You can see part of that there. That's just point D looking back towards Green End, which is the main road, and it would end at the tactile paving there. This is not completed, but it would go up to a raised crossing at point F to G. And then at this point, I couldn't go any further, but it's basically a construction site. So the footpath would continue on the footway when it's constructed. And this is point C, looking in towards what would be point J, but at the time in May 2022 they were constructing. So section 2 of the report provides a detailed background on the applications to divert the footpath. Members of the committee may already be aware of the work that started on the development in October 2020, and part of the legal alignment of the public footpath has previously been unavailable for the public to use during construction. A temporary traffic regulation order was previously in place between October 2020 and December 2021 to facilitate the closure as part of the public footpath. At the end of December 2021, however, the temporary traffic regulation order expired. An extension was not granted by the County Council due to local objections to the severing of a useful link between Green End, Maple Court, Beachside, and a road which I struggle to pronounce. I think it's Kinks Road, let's say. As a result, the developer has since opened up a temporary access path through the site now, and it's along an alignment very similar, so the public can now get through. Section 3 of the report describes the existing alignment, which I've been through. Section 4 and 5 provide the general legal framework for making a public path order under the Town and Country Planning Act and the County Council's policies. Section 6 outlines the consultation which the County Council undertook with local user groups, such as the Ramblers, the Public Rights of Way Officer, local members, and the Parish Council. So, yes, here we go. So the original diversion was actually proposed along the southern axis, the southern footway. So probably should get you a plan. What you've got there in pink is the areas which are proposed to be adopted by the County Council. And it was originally proposed to be along the southern footway. However, we had some comments from the Rights of Way Officer and the local Parish Council, and we updated it. Basically, they were concerned about the road crossing points. So it was the alignment after the feedback that we received was changed to the northern footway because it crosses at point J and point G to F at a raised crossing point, which would look something like this and this. So it's considered to be more safe. So, yeah, ultimately, the north and the south footway are going to form part of what is going to be public highway under the adoption agreement. And it's open to the public to choose which side of the road they wish to walk on, really. But making changes to the alignment at this stage has resulted in a greater general understanding of the proposed highway network in this location and should minimise the potential for any unnecessary objections to any order which we may make to divert the footpath. So when the adoption agreement for the estate roads is finalised and the work's undertaken, ultimately the proposed alignment of the footpath will be subsumed within the greater sort of highway network, and it will cease to be a public footpath, so a highway state capable of being recorded on the definitive map and statement. It will still be a public highway. It will just be like any footway that you get on a public road. The proposal, however, is required to be considered at this point in the development to ensure that the legal record for the public rights of way can be amended within the necessary time frame. So it needs to be before a point when the development is substantially completed. This is because adoption agreements tend to be signed off after developments have been substantially completed. And the proposed, yes, I said, will remain as a public highway in perpetuity. And this just really concerns how the footpath will be recorded on the County Council's public highway records. I took this to the Assistant Director of Highway Maintenance at the County Council, and he's the officer delegated the power to make decisions on rights of way, and he confirmed on the 15th of August that the proposed public path order would be acceptable to the County Council as the local highway authority. Let's go back to, this. Therefore, the decision to be considered by the Planning Committee is whether it's necessary to make the public path order to divert part of the public footpath number 10 as proposed to enable the development, which has been approved, to be carried out. Following detailed consideration of the proposal in terms of the legislative framework, Section 7, and the County Council's own policy framework, Section 8, the officer's conclusion and recommendation set out in 9 and 10 of the report, is that the public path order is necessary to enable development to take place, and an order should be made subject to the inclusion of a recorded width of 2 metres. Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you very much. Very comprehensive introduction. Members, we have no public speakers on this, so I think we'll just go straight to the debate. Of course, if anyone has any questions of clarification for the officer, we can do that now as well. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I think I saw this on the photograph, just to check. Between points E and H there, is there a dropped curb? Because I doubt very many people will walk up to G, F and G.
Okay, so
I think that was it.
At the moment, there isn't a drop curb in that picture because it's under construction, but what will be in place is something similar to this. So you'd walk up to this raised
yeah, no, sorry, it wasn't so much that, because there's a kink, and I just think hardly anyone is going to walk up, across and back. They're just going to cut across the road. So will there be a dropped curb there so they can cross safely in a straight line rather than up and round?
There isn't proposed to be a drop curb in that location. It's, I believe, it would be the highway development engineer decided that the safest point across is walking up and across the raised crossing. So there's no one to stop. There's nothing to stop people from walking across at that point. But that's the proposed crossing point.
Martin, are you waving? Please, Councillor Khan.
It's really just a question about the, when the, and I probably is the next stage, but the definitive map, you say that the whole area would be adopted and therefore would cease to be a footpath, but the initial bit from C to J appears to be a footpath, separate footpath rather than a road, so would not be open to all traffic. Would that remain on the definitive map? Sorry, C to H.
So C to H will be part of the highway which will be adopted. So that at that point it's actually crossing the road. The remaining parts of the public footpath, which is shown by a line with some vertical lines on it, they'll remain on the definitive map and statement. The rest, it's just a process of how it's recorded. It'll still be public highway. It will be mostly on the footway, so it'll be away from the traffic. It's just the way that it's recorded, really.
But a footpath can be adopted and still be on the definitive map if it's just a footpath. I'm talking about the first little bit is marked on the plan of the development that you showed as a footpath rather than as a road. That's why I was wondering what the legal position of that was. If it's adopted, does that preclude it from being on a definitive map? Because I thought that wasn't actually precluded.
If it's adopted, it would need to come off the definitive map and statement because it would be a status of highway that isn't capable of being recorded on the definitive map and statement. Definitive map and statement is generally what you'd imagine in the countryside, like public footpaths you get when you walk on a nice green lane or a bridleway or a byway. And then we also have the list of streets, which is like a record where you record public roads and footways. So effectively, this is going to become part of the road network. So it will have to be, when it's adopted, it will have to be removed from the definitive map and statement, but it's still public highway. It's just the way that we have to record we just keep our highway record that way at the County Council.
Thank you. And Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through yourself, I think the pronunciation is sinks, if that helps for everybody. Just on page 15, 6.5, it says about the objection from the Rights of Way officer and saying that, just touching on the point from Councillor Dr Richard Williams about dropped curbs, and the rights stated that the footpath crossing points over the estate should be fully accessible by dropped curbs. Does that create an issue with that objection, given that we've been told there isn't drop curbs? Or is that an equivalent, sort of how are we marrying those up?
I think initially the Public Rights of Way officer was concerned, this was the original proposal, and it was going to go along the southern footway, which, there's my mouse, yeah, and it was this one here, and it was going to cross a road here, and there wasn't proposed to be any drop curbs, and he said that was not, it's not, you know, fully accessible. So it's been changed to be along this section here. There's a raised crossing with drop curbs, and there's a raised crossing here with drop curbs. That was satisfactory for the Rights of Way officer as being fully accessible for under the Equalities Act. So that it's not got drop curbs in every single point where it meets a road, but they've been put at certain points where they're deemed to be the safest crossing points, I believe.
So I think just for clarity, the Rights of Way officer no longer has an objection to the scheme.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Did you want to come back?
Yeah, it's just because it does clearly say originally that the footpath crossing points over the estate roads, so it doesn't specify a certain road. So what I'm trying to ascertain is all of the roads, do they have some form of provision, either raised platforms or dropped curbs? And actually, you know, this isn't an application that we see a lot of, Chair, so please, you know, bear with me on this one. The difference, you referenced about equalities, the difference between a raised platform and a dropped curb, is there any difference in those methods that we should be aware of when making this decision that you believe?
This is difficult for me to answer. So it's sort of, what I will say though is there's a highways development management team within the county council, and they deal with the adoption process, and they're scrutinising what's proposed to be adopted. And one of the things that they'll look at is the crossing points, whether they're safe and whether they're in line with accessibility requirements. And so that will be all of the roads that are proposed to be adopted, which is in pink here within the scheme. So I would trust that if there was any things that needed to be improved, they would make sure that they were improved prior to the road being adopted. This is just concerning the version of an existing public footpath. So it's, yeah, it's gonna cross at points which are raised and level, and the Rights of Way officer doesn't have an objection anymore, and yeah, it will be scrutinised fully by the highways development engineers. I hope that goes some way to answering your question.
I think so. I think the question was, regardless of whether it's a drop curb or a raised platform, the accessibility for everyone is acceptable to the county council, whichever department looked at it.
It will be, yeah, prior to adoption. Yeah.
I think that's answered the question. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps a minor point, but I just wanted clarification. Paragraph 3.5 says the proposed diversion route is 7 metres longer than the existing route. And then paragraph 7.4 says it's 8 metres longer than the existing route. Is it 7 or 8 metres?
Well, it's either 7 or 8. I'm not sure exactly which figure it is. I don't have the means of measuring right now. It's slightly longer, but I'd say it's only a little bit longer, and it gives a direct connection.
I think a fairly minor point, I think, in the scheme of things, but worth being clear. Sorry, Councillor
Chair, we
Williams,
need to be consistent here.
Sure. No, that is a fair point. Councillor Williams, sorry, I cut you off earlier.
Thank you, Chair. So it's just my final point of clarification is we're talking about adoption. What I'm concerned about, Chair, is that if things could a decision today, it doesn't affect the ability to change the scheme later on if you need to get adoption, because what I wouldn't want is for us to approve something that's not adoptable and then have unadopted areas as a consequence. So some reassurance, Chair, that we're not sort of actually creating a bit of a minefield by doing this on minefield.
Sure. I'll pass the officer, but my understanding is we're just being asked today to approve a diversion rather than any engineering technicalities, but obviously I will ask Tom if he could comment briefly.
Yeah, we're looking at ensuring that the public footpath between C, B and A is diverted onto an alignment which will mean that it's out of the way of where they're going to be building houses under the approved scheme. It's proposed to be adopted. If there is some complications with that, the route which is C to J to I to H to G to F and E and D, it will still be public highway and it will be maintainable at public expense. So it will be maintainable by the county council, and so the county council will have an obligation to make sure that the route is open and available and it's up to the high standard we'd expect a public footpath to be. So even if the rest of the roads, for some reason, weren't considered to be adoptable, we have a certification clause. We put a certification clause within the order to ensure that it would only be confirmed and finalised when it's up to a standard that's acceptable.
That's fine, Tom. I think that's answered the question. Members, do we need any further questions for the officer on this, or could we make a decision on it? Okay, I don't see anyone indicating a request to speak. Members, does anyone wish to vote against or abstain on this particular item? The recommendation is to approve the diversion. Does anyone wish to vote against or abstain on that? No. Can we take it by affirmation then that this is approved? Does everyone agree? Agreed. Okay. So that is agreed by affirmation. Tom, thank you very much. Probably a few more questions than you're anticipating there, but I appreciate your input there. Members, we're moving on to agenda item 6 now, which is an application at the former Barrington Cement Works, Haslingfield Road, Barrington. The application is a section 73 variation of conditions which are all listed in the agenda, and I'm not planning on reading them all out. The applicant is Red Row Homes. The reason it is before us today is because it's a departure application from policy, and the presenting officer in front of us, or who will be presenting the application today, is Michael Hammond, who I see is joining us online. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, can you hear me?
We can hear and see you fine, Michael. So
okay.
I'll hand over to you to give the committee any updates to the report and then to introduce the report for members, please.
Great, I'll just share my screen, bear with me. Could you please just confirm you can see that in full presentation mode?
We can.
Great, okay. So yes, this is an application, section 73 application for the former Barrington Cement Works site. It's related to the application that came before committee last month for what's called the southeastern parcel, which the committee made a resolution to grant approval subject to a section 106 being drafted, which is currently being done. It's a very long description because there's been multiple previous variation of condition applications, so hence why it's very long, but I won't go into every single condition here, but it's mainly been submitted for procedural / legal reasons, because to facilitate that drop-in permission, they need to effectively change the outline plans to exclude that area. But I will show you that in the plan form shortly. But in terms of updates, I do have a few, I'm afraid, so bear with me. Update number 1 relates to the highways related drawings. Members will note that there is comments from the Highway Authority saying basically that the highways related drawings shouldn't be included in the approved drawings in condition number 1. Upon reflection and sort of discussing with legal, we're minded now to actually agree with that. So we're proposing to take out drawing numbers 7, 8 and 9 that were originally proposed in condition number 1. So we're proposing to remove them, and also to remove condition number 23 in its entirety. This is on the basis that there's a section 106 agreement on the site which covers this matter, and there also will be section 278 works with the county council. So the drawings aren't at a fixed point, so we wouldn't want to make them part of the approved drawing. So we're proposing effectively to revert to what the Highway Authority suggested in the first place. Update number 2 is a fairly minor one, but it's more one that we'd like to take the opportunity to do if it's available. Effectively, under the previous permission, the reference number 21-01474/S73, the condition referenced said 19, but it should have said 18. It's relatively minor, but given we've got the opportunity to vary it, we think it's probably the best opportunity to do it. So proposing to basically change the 19 discharge condition reference to 18, which is the correct one. So relatively minor in the scheme of things. Update number 3 is not a change to the actual report. It's just to make members aware that we received quite late comments from the lead local flood authority officers. As members will note, there's objections from the lead local flood authority in drainage. I'll get onto drainage in the next slide, but mainly because I think their view was that this should wait until the drop-in permissions have been approved, but I think they misunderstood the sort of reason for this application. So we've since gone back to them and following sort of that clarification that they're not seeking to amend what's already been agreed through discharges of condition previously, they no longer have an objection to the application. In short, they have recommended a couple of informatives on the permission, which I'll get to shortly. But yeah, their view is that because those drop-in, or the drop-in permission that's going to be granted, the other one isn't at an advanced stage yet, will have their own pre-commencement conditions. The feeling is that that will be the appropriate juncture for them to comment on them. And as I was referring to, there are 2 informatives suggested. They're relatively standard ones that we tend to get on most applications. One is about ordinary water courses, and the other one is about pollution control. But officers don't have any objection to those being included as informative numbers 3 and 4 respectively. So we're suggesting they're added on. The update from the drainage team, similar to the lead local flood authority, is much shorter. It's also been put online. It's in writing. But yeah, drainage doesn't have any objection to the application, following clarification that any drop-in permissions will have their own separate discharge of condition processes. So similar to the lead local flood authority, they no longer have an objection either. Number 5 is very much similar to number 2 in the sense that it's just a sort of administrative error. It was noticed that the conditions were mainly saying Rev A in relation to the phasing plan, which was the drawing number that was originally submitted when the application came in, but it's since been revised. So it should say Rev C. So effectively officers are asking for conditions 13, 18 and 19 to say Rev C rather than Rev A, or in this case there's no Rev number, but the phasing plan should all be Rev C. So thank you for bearing with me through that, but hopefully they're all clear, but I'm happy to go back and if members want to at the end on any of those points. So this is the site location plan that they've submitted. So effectively it's the red line around the entire site that was granted permission under the original outline, but they've included this grey area here, which is the area to be developed pursuant to planning permission reference 21/04088/4, which is the application that came before committee last month. So it's effectively greying that out. And this is a recurring theme throughout all the plans, but just to show you the ones that are being approved. So this is the phasing plan that was referred to. So where it shows phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then this area has now been excluded. Similarly, this is the height parameter plan under the outline, which specified how tall buildings could go, and so again, it's just been excluded from that plan.
Sorry, Michael, just sorry to interrupt. I've had a request from the room if you could put the laser pointer.
Sorry.
Rather than the mouse, it's more difficult to see for us in the room.
Absolutely. Yep. School mirror. Right. Is
that's better,
that better? Yep. Sorry about that. Yeah. So this area in here. And again, with the land use and access parameter plan that form part of the outline drawings, again, it's proposed to amend that to effectively exclude that area there. This is more for context. This is not part of the approved drawings, but just to jog members' memories, this is effectively the change that has a resolution to grant following last month's planning committee, where they were taking out the apartment blocks and replacing them with housing and then developing into some of that open space area there. So that's just a reminder really of what was approved. So in summary, the application has been submitted proactively by the applicant as it is considered to be necessary by the applicant because of a recent Court of Appeal decision, which is Hillside Parks Limited versus Snowdonia National Park Authority, which has led to questions arising in respect of the ability to deliver so-called drop-in permissions, where there would be inconsistency between the drop-in permissions and the original planning permission granted. The drop-in permission to which the application relates is the one that came to committee last month. Certain conditions have been updated to compliance conditions and to reflect the latest drawings, for example, the ones that I've gone through in the updates. How the application does not seek to amend the nature of the originally approved development and has been submitted only for legal purposes. Officers recommend amendments to condition numbers 1, 13, 17, 18 and 19, the removal of condition number 23, and the insertion of 2 informatives relating to drainage, as set out in the update slides earlier. So approval is recommended, subject to conditions and the informatives as updated by the updates. Yep, that is all. Thank you, Chair.
Michael, thank you very much. Members, we do have a public speaker on this item, but before we move to them, I will offer members the opportunity to ask any questions of clarification of the officer in case anything in his presentation was unclear. Councillors Richard Williams, Hawkins, and are you indicating Martin? No, okay. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you very much. I've got a few points. I'll start with one of substance. The officer very kindly sent me before the meeting a sort of comparison document of the conditions before and the conditions afterwards. One thing that I noticed was condition 19, and I think there are some words missing on condition 19, but it also did seem to be a change. So, second paragraph of condition 19, which is on page 40 of our pack, it says prior to the 111th dwelling within phase 3 as shown. I think there are actually probably some words missing there. It should be prior to the occupation of, presumably. But more substantively, at least the document I was sent, the previous condition was prior to the first occupation of any dwelling within phase 3, blah, blah, blah. The visibility space will be provided. That now seems to be being changed to the 111th dwelling. So I wondered if the officer could explain why that's being changed from first to 111th. On another point, this may be better off directed at the agent, I don't know, but I think there are 2 planning applications drop-ins on this one. One we've determined, I think one we're yet to determine. So if we change this now to exclude the parcel of land that we've already given planning permission for, are we going to have to do this again if we give another planning permission to exclude another parcel of land? Because if we are going to have to do this again, it just seems better to do it once rather than twice. And on the legal point, having spent a very enjoyable 2 hours yesterday learning all about this case, it is under appeal to the Supreme Court. So again, I wonder if this is a bit premature, given that the point of law that seems to be at issue is currently under appeal, and the Supreme Court heard the case in July, should give a judgment reasonably soon. So this might all be totally unnecessary, depending on what the Supreme Court says.
Michael, I'm not sure if you picked up those questions. There's a question around the specific wording of condition 19, i.e. how many dwellings need to be occupied before the visibility displays are agreed. And then there was the question about prematurity, i.e. is this coming to us too soon? And then obviously the pending legal case that Councillor Williams mentioned. I'm not sure if you can answer the last one or two, but the first one certainly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So in relation to the 111th, I believe that's been updated to reflect, because when the conditions were originally drafted for 19, it wasn't known at that point exactly how many necessarily going to be phase 1, phase 2, but because there's certainty that they'll have that number up until phase 3, I believe that's why it's been updated, but it might be a question perhaps for the agent who I think is speaking as well, because I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but that's my understanding of that. But yes, Councillor Williams, in terms of, I think the occupation of should be added before the 111th dwelling, and if members are okay with that, I think I'd suggest that as an amendment. There's a bit of a typo, but and speaking with the agent, my understanding is they would plan on submitting another Section 73 application for the northern parcel, which is referenced. That is reference number 21/04088/FUL, I believe. But yeah, my understanding is that they would be submitting another one, but I'll have to defer to Mr. Pitt in the legal team regarding the Supreme Court case and what impact that has, I'm afraid. But
Richard, do you want to, are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I can do. Not massive.
Sorry, Richard, I think it might be more pertinent if Councillor Hawkins went next. I imagine she's probably got a similar question. So Councillor Hawkins, please, and then I will come back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, definitely. My question was directed to the, it's to the legal side of things. The word drop-in, really, I don't think each one of us actually understands what that drop-in is and why is that particular case relevant to what we're looking at this morning, because that has not been made clear. I'd like to understand that before we carry on. Thank you.
Is that something you can answer, Richard, or is it better for the case officer?
Not the term drop-in. I think I'd probably be better for the case officer, but I can deal with the application as relevant to the. I mean, in terms of, I think probably they're just taking a commercial position, trying to be prudent with the fact that there has, albeit that it's yet to be determined by the Supreme Court, they can make an application. Obviously, the application is going to have to be determined by members unless they withdraw it, unless the agent says, okay, we'll withdraw it in the light of the Supreme Court, which they would have taken legal advice on anyway. So I'm still comfortable with members making a determination today. Okay, well, I am. Can
I come back? What is it about that case that makes it proactive for this applicant to bring this to us now? What is it? I still don't understand that.
I think it's to avoid any risk of challenge on the basis that it would differ substantively from the original, what was originally applied for. So I think in that case, there was a really long spell in the Snowdonia case. There was a really long spell between when outline permission was issued, when the permission was implemented, and then subsequently a Section 73 was made years and years later. And so there were challenges on the fact that actually this is in a different context. Different local plan, etc., change of circumstances. So it's probably to protect that position, to make a kind of transparent application to say, actually, we would like this kind of safeguarded from the application applicant's point of view, I imagine, but you'll hear from the agent. But I don't think it precludes members today voting. Otherwise, you could be forever waiting for the result of court cases before making determinations. You have to assess it on the facts that you've been given by the case officer today. But I must admit that the term drop-in, I mean, it sounds quite a casual kind of approach, and I'm not familiar. The first time I heard that referred to was in this case.
Phil, you were looking to add some clarity to that, hopefully?
I was just going to say, through you, Chair, that having looked at the case that has been referenced in the report, that it was, say, my own research on it is based on the Pilkington principle, which is a long-standing approach that establishes that two overlapping permissions can be implemented on the same site, as long as they aren't contradictory. So it is about saying, well, we want to change part of what we had originally permission for, but as long as we can still do that in accordance with what the original permission says, then that's, as my understanding of researching the sort of the legal principle around why this application's been made.
Councillor Williams, did you want to come back on the legal aspect?
Yeah, sorry, slightly overstepping my role, but given that I want to do this. The problem, as I understood it, was that in Hillside, what they decided was that if you have a second full planning permission and it's inconsistent with the first, then it renders the first one incapable of being implemented, because the second one renders the first one incapable. The first one could become unlawful, and any development under the first one would be unlawful because that planning permission is not capable of implementation. It was obiter, it was just a passing comment that the judge made that could be the case. That is the specific point that's under appeal, because it seems bizarre that would be the law. But I think that's what they're worried about, is that if they don't change this, I mean, the agent can correct me if I'm wrong, there could be a risk that anything done under the original permission could be regarded as unlawful if it isn't capable of implementation exactly as it was agreed as a result of the second one. It was a fun couple of hours. I enjoyed it. It was a new area of law for me.
Okay, I think that's all clear. So should we hear from the agents? They are with us in the room. Yes. So can I invite you to step forward, please? Is it Ms. Fitzgerald? Yeah, if you just sit in front of the microphone, please. I think you're familiar with the process here. So welcome back. As last time, 3 minutes to address the committee, and if you need it, and then at the end, if you could stay seated in case there are any questions of clarification for you.
No problem, Chair.
Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. I'm not proposing to use my 3 minutes. I thought, given that this is a point of law, it would be worthwhile me coming and sitting here to see if you did have any questions around the nature of the application. Just looking at the drop-in and responding to the questions raised, Councillor Dr. Williams is correct. It's about how an application fits into the description of development. So the description of development is very clear. It's 220 dwellings. The South East scheme that you have in front of you and that you kindly approved subject to legal agreement last month obviously changes the number of dwellings. So what the law is currently saying as a consequence of the Court of Appeal decision is that the description of development or with the South East parcel would no longer be the same, and therefore the underlying permission would fall away or become unlawful potentially as a consequence of building out what's been phrased as a drop-in application. Historically, you used to be able to layer up planning permissions and nobody had any issue with it. This one particular court case has thrown that into debate. We have sought legal advice, and the legal advice was to go down this route to effectively take out that jigsaw piece from the original outline so that we can still build out with the two separate consents with no risk to the lawfulness of that permission. It is therefore purely procedural. And yes, the case is in front of the Supreme Court at the moment. It was heard a few months ago. It can take up to 9 to 10 months to get a resolution from the Supreme Court, and we don't know what the answer is. The simple fact is Barrington is being built now, and we're at the point whereby if we want to continue building without people moving off site, we're about to start looking at that southeast corner. We have removed the northern parcel from this application, and that will be considered separately, both as a full planning application and potentially a subsequent Section 73, depending on the timings of the Supreme Court judgment. If the judgment says the Section 73 isn't required because the Court of Appeal, in making one rogue statement, changed the whole of the concept of planning law, then so be it. But unfortunately, we have to preserve the position now under the terms of what was decided by the Court of Appeal, which is why this is in front of you today. Hopefully that helps.
I think so. Members, do we have any questions of clarity for the applicant here? No? Oh, Councillor Hawkins, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. It's still this phrase drop in. Why is it used? Why is it a drop in application?
I think it's just a turn of phrase. It's in essence, it's a small parcel of the wider scheme. And because it sits in amongst the wider development, you're sort of taking out a section and you're dropping in a new layout. So there's no legal ramifications or technicality that sits behind that. I think it's just because you're taking out that jigsaw piece and putting a new one in. Does that help?
Members, I don't think there are any further questions or clarification for the applicant. So thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak with us this morning. I think that was useful. Obviously, this is it was useful to get some legal clarification on the reason for this application as well. So I think that has been helpful. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak with us.
No problem. I got off lightly, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Members, we have no further public speakers, albeit the local member councillor Van der Waay has written in. I believe his comments were circulated via paper, are in front of us. In summary, he is supportive of the application. So if we could take those comments on board as well when we are formulating a decision in our minds, I think that would be useful. So with that, we'll move into the debate section of proceedings. Of course, if we do need to, we do have the officer with us still, and we can ask any questions of clarification again. But I will throw it open to members now to debate and hopefully come to a decision on this, please. Councillor Williams, Heather, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it feels premature because we haven't got the decision. I can understand the motivation to need to have security. So what I'm weighing up is this is sort of giving belt buckle and braces to a situation, and I'm very conscious that the cement works, the former cement works, there's been applications going on way before I was a councillor, and for the community this is something that's just been dragging on and on and on. So I can understand why there's a will to get things sorted. I do, on the point that Councillor Dr. Richard Williams raised, would like a bit more understanding from officers as to why we're changing that. Just the phasing, I mean, we must have known some phasing was happening. So, and just looking at the sort of comments and consultations, it does feel rather odd that we've got objections, because normally we're told we can't refuse because there's no objections, and now we're sort of looking at approvals with objections. So, sorry, if I could have a bit more information, particularly in relation to drainage and the lead local flood authority, what seems, what's occurring basically, and are we comfortable? I think is the main things.
Okay, Michael, if you're still with us, I think there were two questions there. One, just some more clarity around condition 19, why the number of occupied units has changed. And then secondly, around the objections that we have in our papers. I believe the LLFA has now removed their objection, as in your introduction, but obviously we do still have one from the Sustainable Drainage Officer and Highways Development Management. So I don't know if you could shed some light on that and reassure committee that officers are comfortable in spite of those objections.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, regarding the condition 19, again, I think it is the applicant or agent just trying to be a bit proactive and specifying the dwelling number, but equally, if members were uncomfortable, we could effectively revert back to prior to the first occupation of any dwelling within phase 3, given that it's on that phase plan drawing. So if it makes members more comfortable, we could revert back to that. But I think it's just to literally specify, because up until that, that's when they get to the 111th dwelling, basically. It's up to phase 3.
So sorry, Michael, just quickly, is that essentially the same number? The 111th dwelling is the first dwelling in phase 3?
Yes, that's my understanding, yeah.
Okay, so 111th overall or first dwelling in phase 3?
Yeah,
Are those
that's my
essentially the
understanding,
same number? Okay, understood.
And on the point of the lead local flood authority, yes, just obviously it's the same for the drainage officer as well, but it was essentially given that the description of development sort of suggests that they're varying those, I think it was condition 17 in particular. I think they were just a bit nervous about that, they were effectively trying to change something in the plans or something like that, but that wasn't the case at all once we explained it to them. It's just to effectively make it all tie up, really. So as officers, we're comfortable with it. Those conditions are still in place, and there's conditions proposed on the southeastern parcel that they'll have to do prior to the commencement of development. And then there's also ones in the event that we were to grant permission for the northern parcel when it comes to committee later, potentially, we'd also propose similar conditions on there. So I think there's enough security in that sense in terms of drainage. I think that was the main points. If I'm right, if there's anything else, Chair, please let me know.
Sorry, and also the question around the objection we have in our papers from the highways development manager.
Yeah, again, that was to do with the sort of detail of those technical drawings regarding the cycleway layout, which and those the footpaths, for example. The applicant agent submitted those more to try and help, I think, the parish council and the residents understand where they're at in terms of how far along they are in terms of those designs. But the highways have got concerns, I think, about the timber edgings, for example, on one of the plans. But it goes back to the point that we're not proposing to include those as approved drawings. And there will be a separate Section 106 and the Section 278, which the Highway Authority will have control over. They'll deal with those processes. So we're comfortable, again, with their objection in this case.
Councillor Williams, you wanted to come back.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. It's just something that does feel a little the opposite way to how we're normally advised. So I think it was really good to have that clarification. In relation to the condition 19 about the 111th dwelling, I would be happier with the original wording, Chair, because you're reliant on all of the phases being built out and everything else. So I don't see any reason why that needs to change from the outline. I can understand the reasons for the others, but not that one. So if I could move that we keep to the original wording on number 19, please.
Okay, so your proposal is to, as the officer suggested, would be to change the wording so prior to the first dwelling of phase 3, as opposed to, as it's written in the papers, prior to the occupation of the 111th dwelling.
Yeah, because it currently says 111th dwelling within phase 3.
Oh, I see.
So I'm not funny, although that might be, it says prior to the 111th dwelling within phase 3, that could be interpreted as 111 dwellings literally within that phase and that parcel. That's what I'm not comfortable with.
Okay, understood. I think the officers probably have heard what we would like it to say. Whilst we're going through the debate, could I ask the officers to sort of write up on the screen before we make a decision so we're absolutely clear on what that condition 19 is saying? I think that would be helpful before
First dwelling, Chair. First dwelling.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think if officers could encapsulate that in writing to show us on the screen before we make a decision, that would be helpful. I have Councillor Richard Williams next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm happy enough with the legal stuff, given I raised it. I thought the applicant gave a perfectly reasonable explanation why they're doing this now. I was going to talk about the 111th dwelling, and I also asked that it went back to first occupation, but that's happened, so I'm done.
Okay, members, does anybody wish to raise any points that we haven't covered so far? Does anyone need any further questions or clarification for officers? I can't see any, but, oh, sorry, Councillor Fane.
Well, I won't be voting, Chair, I won't be voting on this one, but it seems to me quite clear this is procedural. It is, if you like, belt and braces. It makes no difference to the decisions we have already taken. But that is my view, and I'm not in a position to put a motion or anything like that.
It's worth clarifying, the reason you're not voting is because you left the room partway through the officer's introduction, so therefore aren't in full possession of the facts. Okay. Members, I think we have something on the screen in front of us now. Michael, if that's right, could you talk us through the changes?
Yep, so thank you, Chair. So the second part of condition 19, ignore the bit on the left, that's the historic one, but it's this right-hand bit where it says, prior to the first occupation of any dwelling within phase 3, as shown on plan number /2202001 Rev C, which I think I referred to in my updates, that we just need to update to Rev C. But that's what I'm proposing to change, is effectively that first bit there.
Yeah, the Rev C was updated earlier.
Okay, yeah, sorry, members are just drawing attention. In the papers it says Rev A, but I think the actual correct Rev is Rev C.
It is, right? Yes, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, members, with the changes as we can see them on the screen in yellow, are members content to make that change? Or does any member not wish to make that change, I should say? Okay, everyone does, well, not happy, but everyone isn't shaking their head at me, so I'll take that as an agreed change. Members, I don't have any further speakers on this on my list, but one final opportunity before we make a decision, if anyone has any final questions or points they wish to make. No? Okay, so the recommendation we have, members, is on page 34. At the very bottom, 10.18, and the recommendation is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out in the papers, with the change that we've just seen on screen and agreed. Does any member wish to either vote against or abstain on this decision? Other than Councillor Fane? No? So can we take that by affirmation, members, that that is agreed? Agreed. Okay, so that is unanimously agreed with one abstention from Councillor Fane. So thank you very much to the officers and to the applicants that have come in to speak to us today. And I'm being indicated that someone would like to take a short break. So members, it is 9 minutes past 11. If we come back at 20 past by this clock here, we'll carry on with the agenda. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're currently up to agenda item 7 in the business today, and that is an application at the land to the rear of 38 Histon Road, Cottenham. The proposal in front of us is an outline planning application for up to 34 new residential units as a social rural exception site in the Green Belt. The applicant is Prime Crest Homes Limited, and the reason it is before us today is because it is outside the village framework and is within the Green Belt, so is a major application. The presenting officer is joining us live in the room, Mr. Steve Fraser-Lim. So, Steve, I'll hand over to you to give us any updates to the report in front of us and then to introduce it for members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just bring up the presentation. Can I? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whilst that's loading, I think Councillor Williams would like to declare an interest.
Thank you. It's something very, very, it's a thin interest, I think, but I'm going to declare it just in case. So I'm a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly, and the figures for exception sites get used into the calculation of their progress in relation to when they bid for their next drawdown funding. So I'm just making that completely clear, but I obviously am just looking at this application and will be taking it on this application alone.
Noted, quite a tenuous interest, but nevertheless worth worth saying anyway for completeness. Absolutely. No, understood. So, Steve, I think it's all loaded and ready to go. Could I ask if you haven't already the laser pointer? Yep, it's all good. Okay, over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, this is the application site here. It's agricultural building and land to the rear of 38 Histon Road, Cottenham, and the application is outlined planning application with all matters reserved except for access for the erection of up to 34 new residential units as a social housing rural exception site, and as noted is within the Green Belt. This plan just gives a sort of bit of context for the wider area where it sits in the village. So it just sits to the south of the centre of the village on Histon Road. Views of the site access from Histon Road. So this is looking sort of straight ahead at the site access with dwellings to the either side. And then sort of a bit further up the access into the site. And views around, so you can see the different sort of houses that this is looking further to the north as you go into the centre of the village, housing fronting Histon Road, and to the south. And there's also some views from within the site itself. So it's currently a sort of, well, it's in a sort of grassed field with agricultural building on site. And this is a view looking north and Oakington Close sort of adjoins to the north, and you can see the sort of housing there. The view to the south, the residential gardens of the houses fronting Histon Road, and the view to the northwest with the hedgerow bounding the site, and then beyond that fields, which you can see in another image I'll show you shortly. This is the view from Oakington Close, and looking over the residential gardens, and the site will be beyond that. And then this is the view from Oakington Road, looking southwards across the fields, and the site is, you can sort of see some of the housing fronting Histon Road in amongst the tree line further across the field. These are some of the views from the visual impact assessment, and they just kind of show where things are in relation to the site a bit more. This is the top image is the view from Oakington Road, and you can see hedgerow. This is the site marked in red there. Red there will be behind that hedgerow, and then some of the other housing along in the tree line. And then the bottom image is the view from Cossington Close, looking south towards the site. And then view within the site, the top view, sort of looking back towards Histon Road from within the site, and then looking southwards. Oh, sorry, and then the view from the bottom image is from the Vard field, looking north. This is the site location plan and indicative site layout plan. The application is an outline, so this is just indicative, just showing how it may be possible to how it's possible to accommodate 34 dwellings on the site with access and amenity spaces and so on. And then the access, which is sort of applied for full details, shows how the relationship with Histon Road. So there are footways within the site on either side of the road. There is a need to relocate a telegraph pole, just sort of here. And then on the site photos, you may have noticed there is no footway on Histon Road along the sort of northern side, but there's a footway on the southern side. So the proposal is for these two uncontrolled crossing points, so that you can cross from the site to the south side of Histon Road to access the footway along there and then into the village centre. Some further indicative elevations, again, it is outlined, but that just gives you an idea of some of the thinking about how it's possible to achieve the kind of units proposed, and then how it sort of street elevations, just a sort of more unfolded elevations. This is an extract from the ecology statements, and it just shows how the proposals can accommodate a biodiversity net gain of around just a bit more than 10% through enhancements to the boundaries, additional sort of landscaping and tree planting along the site boundaries. Some of the site boundaries have hedgerows along them, so there's also the opportunity, potential to enhance those hedgerows, which would help screen development as well, and also along the northern boundary, as well as some biodiversity enhancements in terms of kind of wildflower meadows and
unusual interruption there.
And then this image is also from the flood risk assessment, just showing indicative drainage strategy, which has been reviewed by the consultees, including the lead local flood authority and the council's drainage officer. The approach is that there'll be permeable paving for all the sort of road and parking areas, and then surface water will be collected in attenuation within these sort of blue hatched areas here, and there's in terms of underground attenuation, and then there's also potential for kind of for open storage in a swale or a drainage pond, and then the water is then taken down to the site entrance where it can connect with the internal drainage board, surface water, sewer. The drainage strategy, there were some concerns raised originally by consultees, but it's been updated and reconsulted with those consultees, and they now raise no objection to the drainage strategy. I think that's sort of that can be the sort of end of the presentation. I would just draw members' attention to the amendment report. It just includes some clarifications, including references to the Cottenham neighbourhood plan and how the proposals relate to the policies within the neighbourhood plan.
So this is the supplement, the paper supplement members have in front of them.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and just sort of additional clarifications on some of the acronyms that were used in the table within the committee report. Some a change to paragraph 869 just to clarify that the site was, was previously agricultural land. And paragraph 8.102, there's just to confirm that the indicative layout plan does show that the proposals could accord with the requirements of policy HQ1 in terms of the separation of from the boundaries and the sort of facing distances of the windows to windows. I think the policy HQ1 refers to 25-metre separation, but the drawing within the local plan does clarify that that's a sort of distance from the proposed rear elevation to the neighbouring dwelling. So that's a 25-metre separation from building to building, which is the proposals would be able to meet. I would just also, it's not on the written version of this report, but I just would like to just make a further sort of verbal change. Condition 26 of in the committee report refers to a certain percentage of housing being able to comply with M43 standards. We just want to remove that proposed condition because it's not considered to be necessary given there is no policy requirement in the local.
Sorry, Steve, which page of the agenda is it? Page 80 of our agendas.
We've got the condition on M42 compliance, and that's the most sort of relevant one in terms of the South Cambs local plan policy, so we don't need that further one on M43. All other matters are as set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, before we move to our public speakers, do any committee members have any questions of clarification for the officer? Steve, it may be we need to look at the presentation again, so you can have that ready just in case. But Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could we see a map which shows this development against the village development framework and the green belt, which are pretty crucial, I think, in determining this? So how much of this is outside the development framework and how much is in the green belt?
So the officer will get that comparison for us. There isn't a ready-made document, but one we can have a comparative. I think that might take a few minutes or so to do that. So we will come back to that when the officer's got the information.
Yeah, can I raise another point,
please?
Clarification as well. It looks to me like all of those houses are outside the development framework and in the green belt. Just a point on the report which really jumped out at me. So paragraphs 8.6 and 8.7, the report says that part of the development site is within the village development framework. And then in paragraph 8.7, it says it identifies no conflict with policy S8, development outside the framework, because part of the site is within the framework, even though, pretty clearly, it looks to me like the vast majority of this site, and virtually I think all of the buildings, are outside the framework. So is it the planning department's policy that as long as a part of a development site is within the development framework, then policy S8 is met? Because I find that very strange, because policy S8 talks about development within a framework, not partly within a framework. Because, otherwise you could have a site with 1% in the framework, 200 houses, and say, oh, there's no conflict with policy S8. That seems strange to me.
Okay, I don't know if any officers would care to tackle that one. Essentially, can we have some clarity on policy S8 and how that applies to this case here? I.e., if a very small part of an application is within the development framework, but the rest of it outside, does that satisfy policy S8 or not?
Well, I think, it would, if part of the site is outside of the development framework, we would have to treat it as such, as being, outside of the development framework and potentially contrary to those policies. But in this case, it's an affordable housing exception site, so that there are other policies that apply in terms of the framework. So, for instance, the affordable housing exception policy does allow for development in sites outside of the framework if they're meeting certain affordable housing need.
Yeah, sorry, I just come back on that briefly. I completely accept that. It's just the assertion in the report that there's no conflict with policy S8 here. It seems to me odd, because there clearly is a conflict with policy S8.
Yeah, so I think if we're looking at points 8.6 and 8.7, they seem to be in contradiction, i.e. it says the policy S8 is being satisfied, albeit the development is outside of the village framework. So yeah, I think just some clarity around whether it does or doesn't comply with policy S8. Appreciate this is an exception site.
So, yeah, I mean, to clarify the parts of the development that are outside of the development framework would be contrary to the policy if they were not, if they were, market housing or not a rural exception site.
Okay. How are we on the map that we're...
We might need a little bit more time, apologies, Chair.
Okay, no problem. Members, we have a question from Councillor Fane, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is something that may become clearer when we've heard from the Parish Council, but on page 48, we have the statement by the Parish Council that the need for affordable homes in Cottenham is a negative figure since we have an excess. I think they mean an excess of affordable housing, an interesting concept. That's the third paragraph down. And yet in South Cambridgeshire District Council Housing Officer's assessment, there is a housing need in Cottenham for local people, which is of course the criteria for a rural exception site, a proven unmet local need for affordable housing, as demonstrated through the Housing Needs Survey, as well as information from the Housing Register. Those two statements would appear to be incompatible. I wondered whether our case officer has any comments on that apparent conflict.
Well, in terms of the sort of housing need in Cottenham, we're relying on the sort of up-to-date. Well, also there's the evidence base in terms of the local plan, which was referenced in the committee report. But we also rely on the sort of up-to-date figures of people that are kind of applying for accommodation, and so we take that into account as well, which may be sort of more up to date than the evidence base for the local plan, I suppose.
Yeah. If I may just come back on that, yes, I accept that the information from the Housing Register is one of the factors. However, the Housing Officer referred specifically for the need as demonstrated through a Housing Needs Survey. Is the case officer aware of a Housing Needs Survey undertaken in respect of this village and what that shows?
Well, not that isn't referenced in the committee report.
I'm referring to the committee report.
So, yeah, well, it's as set out in the committee report in terms of the so it references the Suffolk or the Acre report, not 2019. Is this the one you're referring to? Yes. Yeah. So,
and that supports, presumably that supports the statement made by the Parish Council that currently the need for affordable homes in Cottenham is a negative figure since we have an excess.
Well, it shows a requirement for affordable housing. I mean, perhaps would it be good for the housing officer to comment on this, perhaps?
Yeah, it's worth saying we do have the housing officer with us online, who might be able to clarify this, as it is them that made the comments in the report. Usma Ali, I think, is joining us as the housing officer. Usma, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Chair, and yes, I'm happy to kind of provide a response to that query if I'm allowed to.
Yes, please do. Essentially, I think you pretty heard the question. It's just some clarity around the housing needs survey, and does it show that there is a need for social housing in the village of Cottenham?
Yes. So when this application, prior to this application being submitted to South Cambs District Council. A housing needs survey was carried out because the premise of a rural exception site is to ensure that there is an identified housing need to support putting forward a rural exception site. That housing needs survey was carried out in December 2019, so is still valid within the 5 years that it has its validity. And the total figure that was found to be in housing need at that time was 64 applicants. And the breakdown, obviously, of that need was within 1 beds, 2 beds, 3 beds properties. I can further kind of, I don't know if I'm allowed to kind of further reiterate kind of the need that is current at the moment. Obviously, appreciate December 2019 and the housing needs survey is valid. We have also an up-to-date figure, I think, that probably was quoted in the report to say from our housing register, we had 96 applicants with a local connection for Cottenham in June 22. But I have also got an even more up-to-date figure to say that actually at the current time, and this is with effect, accurate at today's date, we have 108 applicants with a local connection to Cottenham. Just to appreciate that our housing register is a live register, it never closes, so on a daily basis we get new applications coming in all the time. And for the whole of the district at the current time, we have 1,800 over 1,800 applications registered on HomeLink. Obviously, of those, 108 have a local connection to Cottenham. Sorry if I've gone on too long, but hopefully that clarifies the point.
No, I think that's clear, and I think that has helped. Thank you. I've got Councillor Heather Williams and then Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that's potentially leading to some different figures getting thrown around about negative is in relation to the policy that we had on the 5-year land supply sites, not all of them being built out. So I think what would be really helpful is for us, obviously we've got an identified need, but we've also granted permissions, and we can see there are 55 properties yet to be completed. I assume that they're the affordable properties. So can someone just provide us the net figures of, we know that, okay, 108 we've just been told, we know this provides 34, but out of all of the other sites, because Cottenham has had a lot of development, out of all of the current sites that have got permission for affordable housing, not just 5-year land supply sites, how many are due to be built, have we already given permission for, and what's the net difference between need and what's given permission? Please, thank you.
Okay, I'll hand over to the officer to clarify, but I'm looking at paragraph 8.30, which is on page 56, and that does say that the housing need for Cottenham and taking away the 55 that I think are in the pipeline to come forward, there are 41 homes that is identified as the need. But I will ask officers to clarify that if that's possible, either Isma or Steve. So I think I misunderstood the question, Councillor Williams.
Apologies, Chair. My point was that only relates to the 5-year land supply sites, local connections. When we're looking at affordable housing, in total of all the applications that have been granted, how many affordable houses do we have to be built out? So not just those, the 55 is just the 5-year land supply sites, if that helps understand my question, Chair.
Okay, so I think I've understood. So essentially have the affordable units in planning permissions that have been granted but not yet built out been taken into account in the housing needs figure, which I think is the question. Either Isma or Steve, for some clarity.
Would you like me to kind of provide my response to that? Yeah, in terms of obviously appreciate Councillor Williams' question about the 5-year land supply sites. We have kind of detailed those. There are obviously 3 kind of major sites that were granted planning permission. In terms of housing need, how we assess housing need is at the point of a applicant being rehoused. So until such time as that applicant has a house to move into, they are in housing need, irrespective of what properties might have been built out. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
Yes, I'm getting a nod. So I think that has clarified that issue. And of course, I think we will be hearing from the parish council a bit later on as well. So perhaps we can ask them why their view is that there's a negative need in Cottenham as opposed to the officer's calculation. Okay, Councillor Hawkins, please, had a question for clarity.
I was going to point out the paragraphs 830, 831 regarding the needs really, and so that's been done. I think for me, just to say, for me, the clarification, I have the clarification I need on that basis. There is a housing need, and as we've just been told this morning, it's now on the housing link register, it's 108, which has increased from 96. So whichever way it is we're going, we still need affordable housing. And from the figures we have, there is a need. But yes, I'll be willing to listen to the parish council's view.
No, absolutely, that's clear. Any progress with the maps, or?
Yes, let me just share my screen.
Okay, I think we're there now on the map issue for Councillor Richard Williams. So I think Phil's going to share his screen, which will hopefully help.
Yeah, so I think the query was sort of what bits are inside the development framework and what bits are inside the green belt. And you can see that the sort of development framework, I think, is that black dashed line that runs sort of at the backs of the gardens of the houses fronting Histon Road. And then, so the kind of access to the site, the front part of the site is kind of within the framework, but then the sort of the substantial part of the site where the housing is located is at the rear, and then the green also indicates the I think is the green belt is the hatched or the darker green. Yeah. Thank you.
So from what I'm seeing, the majority of the site is within the green belt. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So do you want to come back, Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, just by my remembering of the map, I think therefore, just for clarity, I think virtually all of the houses, maybe the back of one of them might just be inside the development framework. Basically, they're all in the green belt and they're all outside the development framework. Is that a correct way of viewing this?
That's how I can see it. Is that, officers, is that correct? I'm getting a nod.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, good. So I think that's clarified. That. I have a question of clarification from Councillor Martin Khan, please.
Yeah. Really, the issue that I wanted to query is what the housing, from the housing officer, is what the housing need is in the adjoining villages of Histon and Impington, which I'm the member, which are quite close by, because there are virtually no opportunities for social housing or affordable housing in Histon and Impington, or very little. So I think it is relevant what the need is in the adjoining village, which there's a good public transport connection, to know whether that's also an issue which we should take into account.
Yeah, okay. We'll ask the question, Uzma.
Just to say that I can provide that information outside of this meeting, if that's okay, just because I haven't got that to hand. Would that be okay if I provided that, or would you require that I sent it?
I think obviously we are going to make a decision on this hopefully today.
Okay,
so
right.
I don't, whilst we are going through the rest of the process,
Okay.
if it's possible to find out that information before we
I will do.
come to a decision, I think that might help Councillor Khan.
Okay, if you could give me a few minutes, I'll be able to find that information.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, members, question, everything clarified at this stage? Okay, so we will move on to our public speakers. Uzma, if you wouldn't mind switching your camera off, if that's okay. Nothing personal. So our public speak we have is a representative of the Parish Council, Councillor Tim Jones from Cottenham Parish Council. Councillor Jones, are you with us?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me.
Good morning. Yes, we can see and hear you Hear you fine. So before you start, can I just confirm that you do have the permission of the Parish Council to represent them here this morning?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. So in terms of process, we'll give you 3 minutes to address the committee, give us your comments, and then if you could stay on the line at the end in case there's any questions of clarity for yourself, that would be great.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I would just note before I get into my comments that we reviewed, as a parish council, we reviewed this application in January 2021, and we've had no involvement with it since. We haven't seen anything about it until it's come to this this planning committee meeting. And I would also just by way of background, just note that as a parish council, we are absolutely in favour of affordable housing, to the extent that we've defined a locally affordable housing category that is detailed in the neighbourhood plan. So we are absolutely supportive of doing it. The biggest problem we have with this proposal is in relation to flooding, particularly rainwater and surface water. Within this locale along Histon Road and Cossington Close, there is regular, in some cases annual, flooding of gardens. And in August and December 2020, we had significant flooding events, including some discharge of raw sewage into gardens and in some cases inside properties, to the extent that some people actually only moved back into their properties this summer. When we did our review of this proposal in January 21, our parish council meeting was attended by an unprecedented number of local residents. We had 11 representations to the planning meeting that discussed it, and flooding was the number one issue that was discussed. So just to come to some of the concerns that we have, the revised flood risk assessment document that's referred to in the agenda pack in the report, that was used by the LLFA to remove its objection to the proposal, doesn't appear to be available on the planning portal, not at least not that I could find, and we certainly haven't seen it. We are concerned that the proposal discharges from the attenuation basin into what is essentially a 100-year-old field drainage system that drains the area from the five-year land supply sites to the north, and drains the fields behind. This system already struggles to manage the water, and you may have noticed there was actually on the plan we just looked at for the green belt and the design and the planning framework, there was actually some flooding noted on that plan. We have concerns about the long-term management and sustainability of the SUDS plan, particularly since the roads can't be adopted. We're concerned that there will be an issue around that long-term management. And just changing tack slightly in terms of access and accessibility, we note in the report that it mentions having controlled pedestrian crossings at the end of the access road across Histon Road, which we would consider to be absolutely essential. The developer's design and access statement actually only mentions uncontrolled crossings, but we'd be very concerned about whether we can actually fit those in. We've had recent experience on Rampton Road trying to fit in both controlled and uncontrolled crossings, and we've really struggled to find space to put them in. And that area of Histon Road is A, quite busy, and B, quite congested from a land use point of view. So we think there may be difficulties in actually fitting those in. we would like to see, if it's possible, we'd like to see conditions around those crossings being in place before commencement and certainly before first occupation. And that's my comments. Thank you, Chair.
That's great. Thank you very much for those. If you could stay on the line in case there are any questions of clarification for you from committee members. Members, do you have any questions of clarification for the Parish Councillor? Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just on the last point you made about the crossings, I mean, one of the things that actually occurred to me when I saw the pictures was that if it's a busy road, there will probably need to be, what do you call those signals to stop traffic, potentially, maybe. That was just my thought. Is that something that you probably thought about? Because this is referring to paragraph 8.88, where you mentioned that the roads would not be adopted in the development. It states there that because what's being planned now is 4.8 meters wide, which is less than the 5 meters minimum required by the Highways Agency. Is that why you mentioned that it's not going to be adopted, the roads?
Yeah. Well, the issue of adoption was more around the long-term management of the site, including the SUDs. I think that's our bigger concern. But yes, we absolutely would strongly prefer a light-controlled crossing over Histon Road than uncontrolled.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and one more thing, if I may, but you're happy about the issue of the housing provision?
We understand the argument. I think the issue is that, as to the best of our understanding, the policy relates to the housing needs assessment, the acre study from 2019. And it was that we based our statement that with the pipeline, that we had more affordable provision than the needs assessment said. And that was our statement in 21. If the housing register is to be used as the benchmark, if you like, then yeah, we absolutely understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a question for you from Councillor Fain, please.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the objection from the Parish Council that we have before us, I don't know if you've got the same papers as us, but for the members here, it's page 47. The application is contrary to the referendum ready Cottenham Neighbourhood Plan. That plan, I think, has now been made, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I just wondered, I was trying to see, having looked at that plan, what aspects of this are regarded as being contrary to the plan. I think the question from Councillor Hawkins has already dealt with the question of housing needs, and we may have some more information on that from the housing officer in a minute. The other question, of course, and I think your primary concern, is on flooding. And I was concerned to hear that the revised flood risk assessment, which I don't think we have before us, is not available. And that's perhaps something we might ask our case officer about later. So my main question to you was how this conflicts with the neighbourhood plan, bearing in mind that this is an exception site.
Yes, I mean, as I say, it's quite old for us now, and I think the objections that we had around the proposal were around the form of the housing, for example, roof heights and pitches, and the scale and massing. Being in conflict with the neighbourhood plan and the village design statement. For example, recognising that this is only an outline application and that the detailed design has got to go ahead. For example, there was a 3-storey building included in the outline plan, which would not have accorded with the village design statement.
So just on that, are you accepting that some of the matters which are possibly in conflict with the neighbourhood plan might be appropriate to deal with at the later stages?
With regard to the layout and building design, absolutely.
Thank you very much. There's a few more questions for you, so sorry to keep you. Councillors Harvey, Heather Williams, and then Martin Khan, please. Jeff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I noticed on page 62, paragraph 8.73, so apparently some concerns were raised in regard to the proposed drainage strategy, and I suppose, having sort of seen the plans there, you know, the area available for infiltration is quite a small portion of the total area, and I just wondered, as a parish council, obviously the concern raised here is that there's very little elevation between the base of the infiltration features and the water table, and therefore the effectiveness of those infiltration features is low. But I mean, I wondered, has the parish council seen or, you know, aware of, during heavy rainfall, has there been standing water on that area, or do you feel it's kind of close to that situation historically?
Absolutely, there is regular standing water for extended periods, both on the site and in the gardens of the houses immediately adjacent.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just to clarify that. So one of the reports from one of the homeowners on Cossington Close, which is literally on the corner of the proposed site, he reports that their garden has flooded 18 years out of the 18 that they've lived there.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. 2 more questions for you. First from Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. This may be more for the case officer, but it was just in relation, you said there were documents that you weren't able to view before the meeting. Could you just clarify for me which documents they were? And if the case officer could look into it.
Sorry, is that for me?
Yes.
It's the revised flood risk assessment, and I took this note from the officer's report. So it's the revised flood. No, I'm sorry. No, to clarify, I took this from the LLFA letter that said they were removing their objection, which is on the portal, and it is the revised flood risk assessment document, and it's reference 2740-FRA and DS. Rev C, dated October 2021.
Thank you, Chair. Could officers update us? Thank you.
Sure. I think we do have some clarity on that. I don't know if it's possible for Steve, possibly, to shed some light.
Yeah, we think the latest version of the flood risk assessment is on the website, revision C, but I think the date on the LLFA letter is wrong, where I think it refers to October 2021, but when you look at the website, that was submitted in July. The covering letter is on the website, and then the revision C document is dated June 2021. So I think there's a mix-up in terms of like the reference in the LLFA letter.
But for clarity, the document that the LLFA have read, which has subsequently removed their objection, is publicly available and has been.
That's right, the revision C document.
Yeah. Okay. Does that answer?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And then final question, Councillor, and then we'll let you go. It's from Councillor Martin Khan, please.
It's basically about the flooding. So points of Councillor Harvey has raised, but there seem to be two aspects of the flooding. One is the water on site. So you talk about there being water on the adjoining gardens. Is the flooding that you have, and you talk about flooding in adjoining properties, is the flooding purely on Cossington Close, or is it also on the other houses on Histon Road? There seem to be two elements here. There's the flooding actually on the site, and there's the impact of the development on flooding off-site. So I wanted to look at those a bit separately.
Yeah, so in terms of where the extent of flooding that we have seen over recent years, then yes, it is both on houses on Histon Road as well as Cossington Close, and on the site itself, as I've discussed. And this particular area of the village, we have a couple of very flood sensitive areas of the village, and this is one of them. So it covers quite an extent of this particular locale. So the site itself, some of the houses on Histon Road, in fact on both sides of Histon Road, and also Cossington Close. The other point around that is the residents are clearly very sensitive to any changes that might exacerbate the situation they're already in. We had a lot of representation about the 5-year land supply sites, which were seen to be heading more water their way across the fields through the field drainage system that I referred to. So yeah, it's absolutely that there's a current concern already, and a fear that this might make things worse.
Extremely flat area. I would like to have a look at the site, and it's absolutely flat. So, I mean, are you talking about an inch or two, or you're talking about a foot? What are you talking?
I don't think it generally reaches as much as a foot, so it's probably less than that. I think the chap I referred to on Cossington Close, he sees regularly 6-inch depth across parts of his garden.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Jones, I don't think there's any more questions of clarification from committee members. So thank you very much for your time and for giving us your thoughts and answering the questions. We appreciate it very much, so thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on, members, I believe Uzma has come back to us with the housing need figures for Histon and Impington as requested by Councillor Khan. Councillor Jones, if you wouldn't mind switch your camera off, please, thank you. And Uzma, if you're still there.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that we have the figures for Histon and Impington. There is a total of 191 applicants who have a local connection to Histon and Impington, which is broken down between Histon that has 97 applicants who have a local connection to Histon, and Impington 94 applicants, the local connection to Impington. Hope that helps.
I think so. I think there's a question from Councillor Richard Williams on that point.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. When you say local connection to a particular village, what does that mean? I mean, do people list a number of villages they'd be interested in? Is this people who live in those areas? What does that mean?
Yeah, sorry. I'm happy to clarify that point, and absolutely, it's quite a kind of a confusing point, isn't it? So local connection means people who have a local connection either by way of living, working, or having close family relatives in the area. I mean, we have a criteria which I can detail to you. So for somebody who's working in the area, there has to be a set amount of time that they've been working in that village to be able to get that local connection, by living in the area for at least 5 years out of the last 8 years. And if they have a close family relatives in the area, by close family relatives we mean either parents, children, brothers or sisters, and they would have had to be in the village for a period of 5 years or longer. So that's what is meant by local connection. So when people apply on the housing register, if they have a particular local connection, whilst they will have a district connection to South Cambridgeshire South Cambridgeshire, they may have a village connection to a particular village, such as Histon, Impington, Cottenham, etc. And that's where we have the local housing need figures for those particular villages. I hope that helps.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Great, thank you very much. As Councillor Richard Williams said, that was extremely helpful, so thank you very much for your input on that. Members, we also have written representations from one of the local members, Councillor John Lovelock. They are again on our printout sheets that we have in front of us. I'm not proposing on reading it out verbatim, but essentially he is supporting the views of the Parish Council and reiterating the concerns around flooding and also transport. So as I said, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but if any members do wish to refer to that during the debate, feel free, but please do take the local members' views into account when formulating a decision. With that, members, we will now move on to the debate section of proceedings. So this is the opportunity for members to put forward an argument one way or the other, or equally to ask any further questions of clarity of officers to help them make a decision. So I will throw it open to yourselves, members. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. This obviously is an interesting one for us. And as I said earlier, I think in my view, the issue of the requirement or the need for affordable housing has been clarified. And the fact that we've got 108 on the current register. And if this were to be given permission, that means we will be having, I think it's about 89 potentially, with what already has been given planning permission in those 5-year land supply sites, which still leaves, a need anyway. The two other issues which have been raised as concerns, the drainage one. In some ways, if we look at, I guess, 8.78 and 8.79 on page 63, Anglia Water has not commented on anything to do with the surface water drainage. And I think, of course, that is because the surface water will be dealt with through the internal drainage board. And as you see from 879, they seem to be happy with what has been proposed to provide for the surface water drainage for the site. But that doesn't negate the concerns raised by neighbours as to the fact that, their gardens tend to flood. And the one that was referred to, it's flooded 18 times out of the 18 years they've lived there, kind of, raises a question. Drainage for us is a constant issue, but I think we should just realize that if the IDB is happy with what's been proposed, then we might be treading on unsafe grounds to refuse on that point. But I still want to just make the point about Anglia Water, who have said that there is no capacity for the foul water drainage. But if we give planning permission, then they have to provide it. That for them is a standard statement. It always worries me because not all the time have they fulfilled that responsibility. But again, that's what the law allows them to do. So do we have a leg to stand on? Probably not. The site being mostly in the green belt, kind of raised the flag, but we have to prove that there is a special reason to grant planning permission for something like this there. I think the housing need, for me, ticks that box. So I am likely to be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And yeah, I agree. I think it's one of the first times I've actually seen Anglian Water say that there isn't capacity currently. So yeah, it's refreshing to see that, albeit as they go on to say it is their responsibility to deal with it regardless, come what may. So that's that. Speakers next, we have in order Councillor Heather Williams, Richard Williams, Peter Fain and Martin. Sorry, first Councillor Sanford. Sorry, Peter, I almost jumped over you there. Apologies. Please.
Not a problem, Chair. I was actually going to make exactly the same comment about paragraph 878 and Anglian Water saying the area does not have the capacity for the foul water. as Councillor Dr Hawkins said, the broad brush statement that follows does not fill me with confidence that they will technically be able to deliver what's necessary to drain away the foul water. So, serious concern there.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think that point around Anglian Water's comments has been noted a couple of times now. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to take my debate points in order, if I may. First of all, there is an identified need, but I think every village, probably in South Cambridgeshire, has an identified housing need, and you know it's an issue throughout the district. So I'm just going back, and I'm using this in terms of talking first about the Greenbelt issue, because we know that we have to accept, if this is to go forward, then it creates harm to the Greenbelt. So now it's a case of, is it inappropriate development in the Greenbelt? And at those special circumstances, and Chair, I think it's really important that we sort of do debate that. 149.f says limited affordable housing for local community needs under policies set out, and that goes on to include rural exception sites. Now, we have to accept that actually Cottenham has had, although there is a need, it has had a significant amount of affordable housing compared with other parishes in the district. So I think when we're making our decision, need to decide whether the affordable housing is sufficiently limited in order to deem whether this is appropriate or inappropriate when looking at the Greenbelt policies. One thing that would help for myself, and when we've looked at Greenbelt issues before, almost like a little bit of a checklist, is whether there are alternative appropriate sites within Cottenham that could be used to deliver affordable housing without the need to go into the Greenbelt. Because if there were alternative sites, Chair, and I appreciate there is a site selection process when going through an exception site, that we may not deem it appropriate to build on this particular site. So if we could have some information around site allocation and selection, that would be very helpful determining that characteristic. I'm very, taking out of this context, very pro the policy of exception sites. I think it's something we all are, particularly in this district. But we do have to be careful, because the housing need is so high, that we don't have that used against us, because then we could have development anywhere just because of the need, because we know we've got a big affordable housing problem here. So I think we do have to look at everything, not just need. One of the things that concerns me within the application itself, even if we take out the Greenbelt, is on the density. And we can see that this would lead to a higher density, potentially, than than our policy allows. Now, I believe people in affordable housing or market housing should have the same standards. There should be equal standards. And I think we need to decide whether the difference in density is something that we're comfortable with or not. What I don't want to see is, because it's exception site affordable housing, is more properties crammed in than is appropriate. So I think that's another debate point that we haven't touched on, Chair, that we probably should. For me, I will seek more advice from officers on that point, and I'll listen to others in the debate. But that's something that I'm not so sure on, because actually, having worked on lots of different exception sites and seen them come through, one of the positives of an exception site is normally that it has greater community engagement, and actually we can get a better quality than what we can on normal sites. So I am concerned to see and hear that we haven't got the support of parishes on this one. This, with the exception of one, I think would be the first time we would be giving permission for an exception site that didn't have the support of the parish. And they've raised quite obviously clear objections to that. So I would just throw that as something for members to bear in mind in their decision making, that this is not the normal situation. And I have parishes that would be jumping for joy if they could get 4 houses. I've got one that wants 4 houses, that's all they want. You know, so this is an unusual situation to have objections from the local communities. And I think that is something that we should be taking into consideration on this decision. So to summarise, Chair, are there alternative sites, and perhaps seeing Cottenham with the Greenbelt line, so the green, because I think it's Triplo, Councillor Dr. Richard Williams will nod or shake his head that it's completely surrounded by Greenbelt. So Greenbelt is an issue wherever you go. But there are other places where one side of a village is and one side isn't. So what are the opportunities? That's the first one, density. And I will be acutely listening to colleagues because, and I would stress, we cannot just go, there's a need, therefore consent. We have to look at density and all these other things as well to ensure there's a good quality of life for future and present residents. And I think the drainage issues, I share those concerns, though they've already been noted, Chair. So that's my contribution to debate.
Thank you. So perhaps we can ask the officer those 2 questions then. So 1, how was this site selected over others? And 2, essentially around the density, is it within policy? I think is the question.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just bring up the, as part of this application, sequential test assessment was submitted with the application to look at, to demonstrate that this was the most suitable site as required by the affordable housing exception site policy. And you can just, this table just sort of summarises the sequential test assessment. So there were sort of 14 sites that were looked at. They are shown on plan and talked about in further detail elsewhere in the document, but they were sort of arranged around and about Cottenham. Sort of one of the policy requirements of exception sites is that they must adjoin the development framework boundary. So all these sites do to some, or are quite close to it, and some of them actually are sort of separated, but might become closer if other developments sort of took place in between. But you can see CO21 is the application site, and that is part of this is the applicant's assessment that they scored this the most highly. In terms of access, so proximity to services in the village, so if it's within a sort of easy walking distance, then to shop services, schools and public transport, then that scores more highly. And then the sort of physical relationship to Cottenham, if it's sort of kind of adjacent to the development framework boundary and closer to the sort of heart of the village, then you can also score more highly. Not all the sites were in the green belt, so you can see some were, but the green ones, the ones that scored green, were outside of the green belt. So it wasn't a sort of deciding factor, but in the other sites that weren't in the green belt were found to have quite sort of significant townscape impacts. They were kind of perhaps more exposed from the development, from the village. They would be more visible in longer views. Lots of them were within conservation areas or potentially affecting the setting of listed buildings. And then the final sort of point was around availability. And I think, because the applicants, as part of this assessment, contacted site owners, and some responded and some didn't. But so, there's perhaps an element of subjectivity on that. But in terms of the site assessment, we're happy that this is the most appropriate site. Other sites that were in the green belt were less. Other sites were also in the green belt, and so had similar issues. The sites that weren't in the green belt were kind of much more prominent in sort of long distance views and had more impact on heritage assets, or also were perhaps further from services and so on. So we do accept the conclusions of this sequential test assessment that this is the most suitable site for this rural exception site. And then just sort of turning to some of the other points that were raised, in terms of density, I mean, the site is sort of a small a small amount above the kind of, 30 dwellings per hectare. But I think when you look in the report, it does identify that there are some concerns around the sort of design and layout of the development, and that we would be looking to kind of secure improvements as part when we move through to reserve matter stage. So the description does say up to 34 dwellings. So at reserve matter stage, when we have negotiations with the applicants, it may be that there would be slightly less than 34 dwellings, which would then reduce the density down a bit. And then also, it needs to be recognised that density is, it's a factor in our assessment, but it doesn't on its own indicate harm. So you need to look at the kind of whether that density is causing harm. So in terms of substandard amenity spaces internally and externally, or the kind of sense of place and so on. So in terms of amenity, the occupiers would have a standard of amenity which would fully meet our policies and requirements. So, and we would be looking to seek improvements in terms of the kind of the overall design and the kind of sense of place and so on. So that could bring about some improvements on that. Does that respond to things?
I think that covers the 2 points. So just for clarity on the density issue, so officers are content that fitting 34 dwellings on that site, should the full 34 be applied for at reserve matters, wouldn't cause any issues regarding density, albeit I think, it has been identified it could be improved from the current proposed, indicative layout. But essentially our office is content that you can fit 34 dwellings on that site comfortably.
At this stage, yeah, at the outline stage, we feel that, what's proposed in terms of up to 34 is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I think that's answered the points raised. Councillor Richard Williams is next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I have got a number of concerns about this application, and I think we need to step back here and look at what's actually being proposed. We have a proposal that is outside the development framework of the village. It's clearly in breach of policy S8. It's largely in the green belt, okay? Again, not on that basis policy compliant. I'll come on to the rural exception sites in a minute. It breaches our density rule, okay? Let's be clear. We have a policy in our local plan, and this proposal is in breach of it. And, the cynical side of me says, when has a developer ever come back with fewer than they want planning permission for? They almost invariably come back with more. And they say, oh, but you've already given 34, so 36 is fine. And then we say, oh, yeah, we can't, we're told we can't reject it on that basis at reserve matter. So I think we need to be realistic about what's likely to happen here. It doesn't comply with policy H8 as it stands on density. On this issue of rural exception sites, yes, there's a need for affordable housing, as Councillor Heather Williams has said. That applies across South Cambridgeshire. But if we simply say, this building in the Greenbelt, outside the development framework, in breach of policy S7, in breach of policy H8, is all right because there's a need for affordable housing. We are basically declaring open season, I fear, on the Greenbelt, because that applies in every single village in South Cambridgeshire that's in the Greenbelt, pretty much. I think that, you'd be hard pushed to find somewhere that didn't have a housing need. Anyway, coming back to this point about rural exception sites, which is what we seem to be focusing on, quite rightly so, because this is Greenbelt and we do have to perform the balancing exercise. Now, the NPPF, paragraph 149F, says limited affordable housing to meet local community needs. Limited affordable housing. Our policy, H11, talks about affordable housing meeting local need on small sites adjoining the development framework. This is a proposal for 34 dwellings. That is not limited affordable housing. It is not a small site. It is a significant development. So I do not believe that this scale of development is actually compatible with paragraph 149, which, as I say, again, limited affordable housing. On our policy, it talks about small sites. This isn't small. It isn't limited. In terms of the availability of other sites that we've just been talking about, again, I would read policy H11 part 1C. It says, for sites and settlements within or adjoining the Greenbelt, that no alternative sites exist that would have less impact on the Greenbelt. The table that the case officer has just very helpfully shown us demonstrates quite clearly that there is an alternative site available that has less impact on the Greenbelt, because it had a green, site 14, which is available, had a green box for Greenbelt because it's not in the Greenbelt. Now, the developer has given that a red score for something else, okay? But our policy is very clearly about having less impact on the Greenbelt. So the developer may feel that the site is less suitable because of its impact on the character of the surrounding area. That is not the criteria that we have to apply. The criteria is impact on the Greenbelt. And there is an alternative site that is available, has less impact on the Greenbelt. So actually, in sort of applying the facts terms, I am not at all satisfied that these policies, that our policies are complied with here. So I think almost certainly I'm going to be voting against this.
Okay, thank you. I will offer officers the opportunity to come back, but I do want to get through our other speakers first. So Councillor Fain is next on my list, and then Councillor Khan, and then Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that we bear in mind this is an outline consent with all matters reserved except for access. So a lot of the issues that we have been discussing will be for consideration at a later stage were this to go forward. Dealing with the question of the housing need, there has been some debate about the amount of that need, but I think we have established that there is a need for housing for those with local connections. And broadly speaking, this application would meet rather less than half of the current outstanding need within this village. It is, of course, always a great challenge to find rural exception sites, which is why the rate of progress in providing local affordable housing has been slow. Does this conflict with the neighbourhood plan? Well, as we established earlier, to some extent, that is in relation to concerns are in matters of detail. And the neighbourhood plan does indeed, as was mentioned to us by Councillor Jones, make the case for affordable housing. So the key point, I think, is that raised by Councillor Richard Williams just now. Is this, in fact, limited or small? Does it fit within the criteria in NPPF 149F? I would argue that actually, in relation to other developments going on in this village, it is actually quite small. And certainly if it meets less than half of the housing need, then I think it does count as a limited. It is, of course, rather larger than other rural exception sites which we have had cause to consider, but that doesn't mean it isn't small. And if it is indeed an exception site, then inevitably it will not necessarily comply with all other policies. I am broadly more satisfied, taking that into account, that this may be the least damaging, i.e. the most suitable of the sites potentially available within this village. So in relation to need, I think there's a strong case. The fact that there are other sites, in particular site 14, which is not in the green belt, is not a major factor, arguably not a factor at all, if we're satisfied that this fits within 149F, that it is not inappropriate development within the green belt in the first place. So that then brings us to the question of the drainage, and this has always been a very serious concern, particularly surface water drainage to this committee in many other cases. But I think the question is, does this development make that situation worse in the village, or does it in fact possibly provide a means to resolve existing and long-standing problems that need to be addressed? And I think it was a pity that the LLFA report from June and July was not available, and we haven't been able to go into that in more detail. but I think it is a matter we can come back to at later stages, at the design stage. So I think the question really for this committee is, how serious are we in meeting the local affordable needs within our villages, and in particular within Cottenham? Because if we're serious about that, then we have to look very seriously at giving consent in this particular case. And that would be my inclination.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fain. We have, in order, Councillors Martin Khan, Harvey and Heather Williams. Martin, please.
I also looked at this. I should perhaps, it may be relevant to express an interest that my wife is a trustee on the land trust in Houston and Impington. So I had some idea about the difficulty of providing affordable housing there. The issues seem to me, Councillor Fain has outlined largely the point that I was looking at in terms of demand, but I think it's particularly serious in the sense that the adjoining village of Hislington, which I represent as a member, has 185 on the list, which is much larger than Cottenham, and virtually no opportunity to provide. The Land Trust has been trying for 3 years to try to find a site. It's been absolutely impossible. There were a couple of developments, but they will make a very minimal impact upon that demand. So there is a need in an adjoining village, which could also be met from the district part of the allocation that would be made of housing, and that to me is relevant, an issue that I would consider in the application, because it seems to me that that's Cottenham would be the most suitable adjoining village which you're going to provide for Houston and Impington. So that's an issue. The issue that seems to me the most serious is the drainage issue. This has been raised by Councillor, by various members. The water that seems to be causing a problem is surface water. In other words, it's not draining away rapidly. It's not river flooding. It's not from a watercourse. And it's very shallow. Now, you can design housing to go on that sort of site which makes sure that the houses don't flood, but areas in the gardens are accepted which might flood. So that is possible you could do, but we would have to make sure that that was done in the design stage. That's an issue that we would be considering. The other issue is whether it's going to affect adjoining properties, and that's much more serious. And I find it difficult to refuse. Although I'm concerned about that. With the lack of, when it's accepted by the Internal Drainage Board, that they can take away the water from the site. But it would be a consideration that would be a major consideration, obviously, in any future detailed application. I have been hovering, but in view of the really serious housing need in this area, because there are two large villages where there is a need and increasing need, I suspect that the housing need issue is the issue that I would feel most strongly about, and I'm tending towards approval at the moment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carnes. We have Councillors Harvey and then Heather Williams, please. Jeff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I'm also finding it difficult to balance the housing need argument against the various concerns that have been expressed, but just to return to the Anglia Water statement on page 63, that's 8.78. It seems odd to me, and I wasn't sure that Councillor Hawkins was saying this was a standard form of words. I haven't actually seen this form of words before, but it does seem to me an odd thing to say that the capacity for foul water isn't available for this development, because, you know, we've got 34 houses here, so I would like to know which house, if we imagined them built sequentially from 1 to number 34, you know, which one of those houses takes the foul water capacity over limit, if you like, because it seems to me improbable for them to say that a mere 34 houses would make a situation which is currently okay into one that actually is over capacity in terms of the sewage capacity. So isn't it more likely that actually hidden in this statement is an admission from Anglia Water that the system is already over capacity, which would fit from with some of the evidence from the parish council. And if it's the case it's already over capacity, why is it necessary for Anglia Water to sort of make this rather bizarre statement? Because if it is already over capacity, surely they should now be working on creating the extra capacity. And if they aren't, doesn't that put a question mark under whether, if this were to go ahead, whether they would then create the extra capacity? So I have a lot of concerns, especially in view of the ongoing investigations from Ofwat and the Environment Agency into the transparency of the way Anglia Water respond to demand and provide capacity, which seems to have a big question mark over it. But as I'm sure Councillor Hawkins would remind me, I mean, we just really have to accept this because that's what the consultee is telling us. But I do have concerns that in the future this will turn into some kind of a problem for the village as a whole.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and Councillor Heather Williams, please, and then Hawkins, and then Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, and I welcome all the comments that have been made. I would stress, though, and I'm sure this is not what Councillor Fane was implying, that we are making a balance. So I think if you fall on either side of the decision today, I think all of us take very seriously the need for affordable housing. And I think we are looking at it seriously, even if we don't all agree. So I just wanted to stress that point. Because I have concerns, and which is why I wanted to look at the site locations that are being looked at. Because we've got on 8.20, we have the affordable housing mix. And when we look at numbers, and colleagues will know I love my numbers, you could be sort of lulled into this sense that, well, we need 108, we've got 55, 34, that's half. That just isn't necessarily the case. Because at this stage, and this is why exception sites more often than not are full applications, not outline, we have no idea of the tenure. And we don't know of the tenure requirements of those on the housing list. Are they people that need shared ownership? Are they people that need social rent? So we could end up trying to fulfill a need here of people that require social rent and end up with a load of shared affordable, it's all classed as affordable, shared ownership. So it's really not as clear cut as this will halve it. Okay, so I think that's important to know. We don't know what impact it will have. We don't have that information yet. It's outlined, so we can't make that assumption that it's going to halve our problem when we're looking at this. Okay, so just wanted to iron that one out, Chair. Equally, we cannot look at the housing need of surrounding areas. The exception site policies are about helping with an identified need in that parish. Yes, there is a cascade, but the whole point and the idea of an exception site policy is to sort out an issue or to provide affordable housing in that parish. So while I accept the figures from Histon and Impington, I really don't think it's something we should be taking into consideration because it's not Cottenham's obligation to resolve issues of another parish by taking more housing. That's what we have the overall 40% policy for. So I appreciate the concerns, but I think it should not be coming into consideration for this application. When we then look at the debate of the Green Belt and the NPPF in relation to limited affordable housing, that is a subjective decision as to whether 34, and bear in mind we've desperately been trying to build 4 in one of my parishes, 34, even in the size of Cottenham, is a considerable development. It's a sizable exception site. It is rather large. Now, I do not feel that that is limited. When we have an alternative that is available, and as has been shown by the diagram, if there wasn't an alternative available, then I may feel that the exceptional circumstances, those special circumstances, would have been demonstrated. But there clearly is an alternative, and while there is an alternative on the table, I don't think we can say that the green belt has a special circumstance to be built on. I think that they could come back with the other proposal on the non-green belt site. Because as has been pointed out, and I've said myself, housing need is an issue everywhere in South Cambridgeshire. So if we have that as a sole reason to be approving things, it gets very difficult in the future. Density as well, for myself, I want to ensure, and as I'm sure other members do, that whether you are in affordable or market housing, we like tenure blind, it's an important policy of ours. I am not comfortable with policy breaking on an exception site. As I said earlier, it's an opportunity to actually get more than the policies allow, not less. So if I look at our adopted policy plan on H8, it says very clearly this is relating to rural exception sites will achieve an average net density of 30 dwellings per hectare. So for myself, this is not good enough. And actually, I am going to favour with the local member and the parish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have two more speakers, and I will offer officers the opportunity to come back on some of the concerns raised. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. This outline, obviously, is for the principal and the access. And for me, the point I made earlier on about the crossing of the main road, potentially with light crossing, I think perhaps can we consider that as part of the condition? I can't remember which one it is now, but there is a condition on highways. I think we can probably add that too. And the other thing that concerns me is, I know it's an indicative design at the moment, but the fact that the roads are being proposed to be 4.8 meters wide, which is less than the 5 meters that highways require to be able to adopt the roads, means for me that we need to look at that as, again, I don't know, can we put a condition on the outline now that they have to build the internal roads to make sure that it is adoptable by highways? Those are the two main concerns I think I forgot to mention the last time. I mean, I hear the issues or the discussions about the green belt and the harm and all that, and definitely the term small or limited is subjective. And I think the fact that we have here a site that is available, it is a small site. I mean, the one that apparently is the other one available is 2.2 hectares, which is a huge site, which could lead to various other things that we might not like. But this is an opportunity for us, I think, to at least go some way to meeting the needs, the housing need that has been shown is quite high. And looking at the harm to the green belt, I mean, the site is actually adjacent to the development framework. So it's not as if it's out in the middle of somewhere. The green belt, actually, I was surprised that the green belt extends that far into Cottenham. But there are houses on at least two sides of that site. So in my view, I don't think the harm to the green belt at that site is as significant as it could be elsewhere. And which is why, in my view, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, Dr. Richard Williams, and then we'll hear from the officers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a very quick point. I just wanted to make the point in relation to a comment that was made earlier. Paragraph 149F of the NPPF does refer to local policy, so it's not either F or this, or F doesn't override our policy. They do work in conjunction, I just wanted to make that small point. I think it's obvious for me. I don't feel that the balance of very special circumstances is made out. On a slightly different point, Chair, I don't know how long the officers are going to take, and I know we're near lunch, but would it be possible, if it's going to go on for more than 10 minutes, to have a very short break, because I would like to vote on this one. But may shortly have to leave the room.
Point taken. Well, I think that's my list of committee speakers done, so I'm going to hand back over to the officers, and hopefully, they can respond to some of the concerns raised, and also some of the questions that I think Councillor Hawkins and the Parish Council raised about potentially conditioning some highways elements, i.e. a signalised crossing point, and also the roads to be as wide that the highways require to adopt. So if we could start with those points, I don't know if officers can respond to those, and then maybe address some of the other concerns that have been raised by members during the debate. Okay, think on that, officers. We're going to have a 2-minute break. It is 12:52 by this clock here. If we have 5, we'll start just before 1 o'clock. So if we can pause, Aaron, please. Hello everyone, welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We are still on agenda item 7, which is the application in Cottenham. We have had the debate, members have raised some concerns and some questions, so I'm going to pass over to officers now to offer a chance to respond to those questions and concerns. So, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try and sort of pick up on some of the comments I made. There were some comments around the kind of access arrangements and potential for different crossing types. What we could do is include an additional condition to say that notwithstanding the pedestrian crossing details that are shown on the access drawing, the additional, new details were to be submitted and approved, and it would give us the potential to kind of look at those crossing arrangements in a bit more detail. It would be difficult to specify a particular crossing type because it's in the public highway, and it would be sort of ultimately up to the highway authority what they would accept. But it would give us the chance to kind of review the details a bit more and secure and look at that. In terms of the some of the comments around the policy wording of policy H11 and whether it meets the sort of requirements of this policy and MPPF and so on. So the issue that was a contention was was part C, point 1C of policy H11, when it says for sites at settlements within or adjoining the Greenbelt, that no alternative sites exist that would have less impact on Greenbelt purposes. So, yeah, I mean, it does. There are some sites that have been considered in the sequential assessment that are outside of the Greenbelt. I don't know off the top of my head whether some of those are adjoining the Greenbelt. Potentially, they may be. But we do have to consider the sort of suitability of alternative sites in the round, because some of those other sites have significant other kind of constraints, which I'll sort of move on to. For instance, things like proximity to conservation areas and heritage assets. There are other policies that kind of deal with that and require us to have special regard to impact on heritage assets. So we do have to consider it in the round, and as part of any planning assessment, you have to make a judgment in the round based on all the planning considerations, and there are those other constraints are still going to be considerations. Just sort of moving on to the sequential assessment, and I think it was suggested that there are other sites that are preferable, and I think it's worth just having a look at that in a little bit more detail. So on the table that we talked about, that we discussed before, there was another site, COT 14, which was listed as being available, and I think that was suggested as potentially being a better alternative. But when we look at the characteristics of that site, it has a lot of problems. So, for instance, I'll just bring up the how it's been scored here. So yeah, it is a large site, larger than the application site. Probably wouldn't want to have development on the whole site. It's much further from services than the application site. To the school and the college. For instance, 2.1 kilometres to the village college, which is it's a fair distance really. One of the furthest of any of the sites that were looked at. It isn't in the green belt, but it's in the it's in the countryside. It borders the conservation area and listed buildings, so it does have a lot of constraints. And I don't think it from this sort of very simplistic kind of assessment, you could say that it's a better site than the application proposals when we don't have any sort of application on that site. But I think it's clear that it's not it has a lot of problems, particularly in comparison with the application site. in terms of the, there's been a sort of fair sort of discussion around greenbelt issues again, and suggest, just to clarify, it's the proposals, as they are an affordable housing exception site, they do meet the criteria for exceptional development within the greenbelt. So, they wouldn't be inappropriate development in the greenbelt. I think that's just sort of worth clarifying. I know there's been some sort of consideration around whether it's a small, is it small and limited in terms of kind of an exception site? It's bigger than some of the other exception sites that have been considered. But, I think you also have to look at it, how it sort of fits on the site and the kind of visual impacts. And they also, the visual impact assessment does show how it does fit within the kind of built-up area of the village quite well, in terms of it's well screened by those other, by the site boundaries and so on. So it does, that's also got to be a factor in terms of sort of greenbelt considerations. And yes, it's less than half the housing need that's required in the village, and so these are all considerations. I think if you just focus on the number on its own, it's not the whole picture. In terms of drainage, we will be able to secure the sort of full detailed drainage strategy. That in terms of water pooling on the site, there are measures that you could look at in terms of the sort of finished floor levels of the proposed houses. But in terms of runoff, all the consultees are happy that it's not going to be at risk of flooding or kind of result in kind of flooding of surrounding sites. I think that probably sort of covers most of the points. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, I think we've had a lot of information put in front of us now. I feel we're probably in a position to be making a decision, but I will offer one final opportunity for any final questions, if that would help members in any way at all. No, I can't see anyone. So before we go to a decision, I think it's important that we identify, if we are thinking that we want to refuse this, I think we need to be clear about on what reasons. So this is what I've heard so far, and I will ask if this is correct. So one reason for refusal could be that it's outside of the village framework, which is contrary to policy S8. The green belt intrusion test has not been fully met. The density is contrary to policy H8. The rural exception, it is a rural exception site, and the site selection process hasn't been met. Those are my rough notes. I probably need someone to help me expand on that, but what I've got written down is that's contrary to policy H11. So those are the planning reasons I've heard during the debate for refusal. Can I just ask members quickly if that encapsulates everything or if I've missed something? Yeah, I'm guessing nods. And equally, on the flip side, if members are inclined to vote in favour, we have had a suggestion from the officer to include a condition around detail around the crossing point. Perhaps
we get the detail, perhaps agree with you of the specific wording.
Sure, okay. Well, perhaps you could say that, Phil.
Yeah. So, through you, Chair, I think we've had the discussion around the details of the pedestrian crossings, and they are indicated on an access drawing as part of the application. But as Steve has suggested, we could add an additional condition to review that and see further details subject to a condition, which we could agree the wording of with you, Chair, if that's agreeable to members.
Members, is that agreeable to members? I'm seeing some nods. So okay. So should members be inclined to approve, then we'll include that condition wording to be finalised.
Sorry, Chair, nothing on the road, width of the road to make it adoptable?
Yes, so we actually didn't cover that, did we? So there was a question around, would it be possible to condition road width to make it adoptable to highway standards?
I suppose it technically could be possible to put a condition on like that, but I think it could have, could be a bit limiting in terms of when we start to look at the reserve matters in terms of the sort of overall layout and the urban design implications. And
I'm sorry, I think this is the point. This is the point where we need to do this, because people are having roads not adoptable by highways means that there ends up being a management company that ends up charging those who are living there even more. And many residents are complaining about this now. They pay their council tax and then they have to pay this on top of it because you've got all these things that a management company has to do. So at what point are we going to say, look, you know, can we at least just make it adoptable? Because right now, nothing's, you know, the highways has already pointed it out. So we have been warned. Please, let's take up that warning.
Okay, well, officers, I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Well, it would be, you know, it's tricky to, I don't think we could really put a condition on to require it to be adopted, because there are other parties involved in terms of the sort of highway authority that would have a say on that. So, yeah.
So essentially the advice from officers is that would be unwise to condition that because it might not be enforceable, essentially. Is that right?
Yeah, so I don't think you can, it doesn't pass the tests of reasonableness nor enforceability, I don't think, because a Section 38 agreement, which was the adoption agreement, is a document, a separate document that has to be drawn up between the landowner, the applicant, goes through a process of certificates as to maintenance and all this kind of thing. And these days we're seeing fewer and fewer developments that are adopted. Certainly the other councils that I represent, it's not unusual. So I don't think so I think nationwide is probably the same thing. So unfortunately, I don't think you can do it, because I think that any such condition would just be appealed.
Okay, Councillor Khan, is that on this point?
Yes, it's basic on this point. I was commenting, this is a really rather an exceptional circumstance that we have evidence of problems with drainage, or concern about drainage, and it's absolutely essential that the street is maintained. And the only real way to ensure that is to ensure that it's managed by a public body, and therefore I can see that there is an argument which might be rather exceptional in this circumstance. I just wondered whether the officers could look at whether that might be a factor which could cause a different approach.
I think we've had legal advice saying that it wouldn't be possible to include that as a condition. However, we'll hear from Councillor Fain. I'm guessing it's on this point.
It is. Chair, I think the important distinction here is that, as I understand it, Councillor Hawkins is not suggesting we should make it a condition that is adopted, which I think perhaps Councillor Khan's point, but that having specified a width, the width specified, bearing in mind that this is not one of the reserve, access is not a reserve matter in this case, the width specified should be such as to make it adoptable if that is agreed. We can't make it a condition that it should be adopted, but can we specify the minimum width, which is what Councillor Hawkins, I think, was seeking.
Interested to hear the legal view on that, if we can specify road width, which would make it adoptable, but ergo it is the highway's, discretion whether they do then adopt it or not.
We could have a condition on to say that the access road should be a minimum of 5 metres in width. Yeah, similar to some of the other conditions that say it should be 10 metres from the housing should be 10 metres from the boundary and things.
Okay, so officers would be comfortable including that as a condition. Yeah. Okay, I think the answer to that is yes, but I'll come on to Councillor Heather Williams.
We're not trying to test your patience on this subject, Chair. Can I suggest that the wording is that we require the roads to be made to an adoptable standard, not that they are adopted, because we sit here and specify a width now. The adopted standard width changes between this and build out, whereas if we say to an adoptable standard, we are future-proofing it if it is to go ahead. So I'm not trying to be a nuisance, But I do have fears that if we become prescriptive, then we are going to have a problem potentially later. And equally, it could get smaller. You just never know with these things. So adoptable standard. And if we can't have a condition, which would be preferable, at least an informative. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, with your permission. Unfortunately, it's a nice idea, but you can't have, or if you do have to an adoptable standard, the condition has to be enforceable. And you're going to need to employ a highway engineer to say this is to an adoptable standard, and there may be a conflict in what county highways would say is that that's not to their standard. So I think it's an impossible task, because it's the highways department are the statutory local authority responsible for roads. So if it was adopted under a Section 38 agreement, that would be to their certain standards, their standards. But I don't think the district council have the expertise, or even if they were to get a highway engineer consultant, that you could ever deem that safely to an adoptable standard. I hope that makes sense. It's just because you are kind of stuck in this position that if the county aren't adopting it, you can't then say it's an adoptable standard.
Let's.
But house buyers have a choice whether to buy a development that's not been adopted, and they through due diligence of their solicitors and the marketing.
Well, let's hear from Councillor Richard Williams.
Right, going to jump in on this point. I was going to make the same point about adoptable standards. I mean, surely there must be something we can do here in terms of having, some reference point about an adoptable standard. And, I mean, I know I'm pressing my point, but I would just make a point to other members as well. We're talking about affordable housing. We're apparently putting, or some members are planning to put significant weight on affordable housing against the green belt. What we're actually talking about here is a housing development where the people who end up in these houses could be clobbered with maintenance charges. I mean, that must cut against the affordable housing, factor. But on the point of highways, surely there's something we can do. There must be something.
Okay, I'll put that to officers then. Obviously, you've heard members' concerns and what they would like. How is the best way, in legal planning terms, that we can incorporate that into a decision should we grant approval?
I'm sorry, there is no objection from highways. But what highways have said is from the indicative plans, the roads, they will not seek to adopt them for very reason that it doesn't meet their minimum standard for adopting roads. So all I'm asking is, let's at least say that we want to see them build the roads to adoptable standards as a minimum. Then it's up to the highways to go yes or no, they won't. But this is for affordable homes, please. This is for affordable homes.
So
we can't not do something to make sure it carries on being affordable.
So can we clarify the legal standpoint then? The legal advice we're getting from our lawyers is that we can't put that as a condition. Would it be possible to put that as an informative? So yeah, essentially it's unenforceable, but we can say, we would recommend that the roads are built to an adoptable standard. I mean, there must be somewhere we can get to the solution here.
Well, possibly, but it wouldn't be. Yeah, it wouldn't have the same obviously clout as a condition, which is I think what members are after. I think just my concern is that you can have the words to an adoptable standard, but what does that mean? I mean, I don't think that passes the test of precision needed to impose a planning condition. Or is it enforceable? Because who enforces it? If it's adopted, and but highways are not adopted. You can't make an agreement to agree. But there's no. They will look to it, but it's obviously they can't guarantee that until there's an adoption agreement. Well, yeah, my advice is that you can't. But if members take a contrary view, then draft the condition to adoptable standard. But I don't know how you would. I don't know who would be the appropriate officer at the district council to take a look at, to walk along to the road and say, yeah, that's to adoptable standard, or who you're going to employ to do that.
Okay, I think we've had the legal advice. Last comment, I think, and then we can hopefully wrap this up.
I appreciate the legal advice. Chair, for myself, could I add this to the list of reasons, the fact that the road's potentially, where we're at? Because what we can't do is build affordable housing, make exception for affordable housing, and then put the cost of running that onto people that are, by definition require affordable housing. Is there something in the planning terms that means actually this whole issue, which is a very real issue, is a reason for saying this is not the place? Because if there isn't space to do adopted roads and we're already putting more houses in that's dense, I very much appreciate the concerns that are being raised by members, but feel that this is just strengthening my side of the debate, to be quite frank.
I'm not sure which material reason that would be to refuse.
Well, it affects the planning balance of very special circumstances. It lightens the weight of the affordable housing thing. I would just note, sorry, since I've got the microphone, so I butted in, but there is a policy document from the Department of Transport which says highways adoption, the adoption of roads to the public highway, advice note. So I mean, there must be objective criteria. If you say adoptable standard, that clearly means something. It means something to the county, and according to the Department of Transport, it means something. So it's not an unenforceably vague requirement, but given that I'm likely to vote against.
Okay, I think we need some clarity on this then. So we have the legal advice, which is no, you can't have that as a condition. Whether we want to go against that advice or have it as an informative as opposed to a condition which is unenforceable, I think we need to make that decision now. Martin, you wish to come in?
I just simply wanted to say that if there is concern about the term adoptable standard, we just simply have to say 5 metres, which seems to be something which could be enforced and would provide the possibility at the detailed stage of providing a road system which is adoptable at a later stage. Will give the opportunity, whereas if you don't do the 5 metres, now you're not. The likelihood of it change, there is always the possibility of it changing, but there's been no proposals to change that in the short term as the minimum standard, so that's what we have to work to.
Councillor Ariel Khan, were you making the same point? Okay. Okay, hang on. So, unless anything's changed, what I understand the position to be is the legal advice is we can't have a condition saying it needs to be adoptable standards. We can have one specifying a road width. So I suppose we as a committee need to decide whether we want to include a 5 metre condition in any approval, or if we include highways adoptable standards as an informative. Councillor Harvey.
Surely, could we not have to adoptable standards and in any event no less than 5 metres?
Any thoughts? Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, for this. I mean, this is the highways document, and it says, planning authorities may impose specific planning conditions for the approval of details, and this may include those set out in their appendix. So we may impose specific planning conditions. It's a highway, this is from highways.
It's clear to me that this committee does want to see some condition imposed. It would appear from what Councillor Hawkins has just read out that may be possible. It is, I think, going to be within the capability of officers to draft something that meets the general wish of this committee, both those who are inclined to oppose it and those who are inclined to support it. And it is, that would then be, in theory, enforceable according to the, I don't know where that guidance came from, but the government's own guidance. So I think we should leave it to officers to draft something, maybe in conjunction with yourself, that would meet the concerns of the committee so that we can move on to the matter of principle.
Councillor Williams.
Sorry, Chair. can I say, obviously this is something that is really important to members. And I sort of jokingly said we should have dealt with this after lunch because we're all getting grumpy. But equally, I do think we have thrown a lot at the officers right now, and there's documents, very useful documents being raised. But potentially, is it better to allow officers time to digest and maybe give them the access to the document that's been searched before we come to a conclusion? I appreciate we're all keen to get on, but equally, what we don't want is something done in haste and not considered fully. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I appreciate the suggestion. I think we have made some progress, though, from what I understand. So, Phil, I understand we may have made some progress.
I'm sorry, I've just been reviewing the condition that we suggested previously around details of the pedestrian crossing being agreed with you as an additional condition. And given that the same drawing that we have as part of the drawings that were set out within the application have got the access road and the pedestrian crossing details within Histon Road, I've just been looking at whether we could reword that condition to state the following, which is notwithstanding the details set out on drawing number 22938_08_020_01, which is the access design drawing. Details of the access road and pedestrian crossing shall be submitted to and agreed in writing with the local planning authority. The details shall then be implemented in accordance with the approved details. And the reason for that would be in the interest of pedestrian and highway safety in accordance with policies HQ1 and TI2 of the local plan. That would be the gist of the condition that I could suggest.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Chair. It also should include the roads in the development itself, because that's what Highways is saying that they will not adopt as well. It's there in paragraph, oh, sorry, where's it gone? Oh.
Okay. My understanding is it's just the access to the site that is we're looking at today. The roads within the development themselves would be a reserve matter. That's how I understand the application.
Right, okay, let's start with that. I will make this point again whenever this comes up. If I'm still here.
Yep.
But it's just, it's...
I think that's been noted. So with the rewording of the original condition regarding the pedestrian crossing, as Phil has just read out, do members feel that encapsulates what we're trying to achieve here in terms of getting the access, which is the only thing we're talking about today, up to the correct standard, should we grant approval? Does anyone disagree with that? No? Okay, well, I think we've found a middle ground anyway. So I think with that, we've outlined the reasons for refusal. Should members be inclined to refuse? Should members be inclined to approve? We've got some updated conditions which I believe are agreeable to the committee. So I think with that, we are now in a position to make a decision. So I'm going to ask Democratic Services if they can launch an electronic vote for us. So the recommendation we have, members, is on page 70, and the recommendation is to approve the application subject to the conditions listed in the agenda, as well as the additional condition that we have just outlined. So members, to vote, press the blue button to signal you're here. If you're in favour, press green. If you're against that, press red. And to abstain, press yellow. I should say, Councillor Harvey, you are ineligible to vote as you weren't here for some of the debate. So you might have to remove your...
Okay, it was an abstention for that reason, but shall I remove
Okay,
that?
fine.
Yeah.
You're one step ahead of me. Are all the votes in?
All votes are in, Chair.
So we have 9 votes in total, 5 in favour, 4 against, so that application is approved. Thank you. Members, it's 1:30. Do members feel a lunch break would be appropriate now? Yes. Okay, so as it's bang on 1:30, we'll have a half-hour break, so we'll be back to start again at 2 o'clock on the dot. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're currently up to agenda item 8 in proceedings, which is on page 87 of members' agendas. The application before us is at the car park in Walkling Way, Milton. The proposal is for the installation of a 10 bicyclite bike shelter in the car park. The reason this is before us today at the Planning Committee is because the applicant is the District Council. The presenting officer is Amy Stocks, who I believe is joining us online. Good afternoon, Amy.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. Can I just quickly ask Gabriel to turn his camera off, please? We will come to you, Gabriel. Thank you. Sorry, Amy. So, yeah, over to you. Any updates, if there are any, to the agenda, and then if you could introduce the item for us, please. Thank you.
Yep. So, just assuming everyone can see my screen at the moment, the presentation?
We can.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. So, as Chair said, this is for the installation of a 10 bicycle kind of bike shelter at the car park at Walkling Way, Milton. Quick update on condition 2. There were some submitted drawings which were included in your plans pack, which weren't included under condition 2. I have highlighted where this condition changes. So it's just to amend the wording saying that the works to be carried out in accordance with the following approved plans, while before the wording referred to advertisements where there is none proposed during this application. So we've just removed that from the wording, as well as the inclusion of the 2 plans. So just for some site context, the proposal site lies within the Milton Village framework. The site currently comprises of a car park which serves 24 neighbouring flats and provides 24 car spaces. The site is bordered to the north, south and west with residential properties, while the east boundary is of the site is shared with the actual Walkling Way road. So the application seeks planning permission for the erection of a covered communal bicycle shelter on the car park, within the car park grounds. The communal park bike shelter will be used by the council-owned flats of the Walkling Way residents. Just so some pictures were included on the application, which just shows something of a similar structure of what will be erected there. So these are the additional plans that were submitted. So again, this is something very similar to what it would look like. It's just your kind of standard bicycle shelter, really. At the moment, there isn't any provision for cycles on the site for people who do own them in the flats. So this would be an improvement in increasing that provision, as there is none. Again, just an assembly drawing of the kind of structure you've seen previously, of what will be there. I've just taken some pictures when I went to site. So the actual bike shelter will be going in this area here where the bins are currently being put out on bin collection day. I have requested under the conditions that a location for bin storage is submitted to us prior to the occupation of the actual cycle store, just to ensure that there isn't an overspill of bins on the walkway or anything like that. So yeah, the car park does not form any essential part of the local character and is not considered that the shelter would jeopardise the local features of the greenscape or anything like that, or landscape, ecological or historical importance. The 24 flats that utilise the car park do not have provision for cycle storage. There is a need for this infrastructure in order to support the existing development in line with the council's vision for sustainable transport. Officers considered that the loss of one car space in this location here would, for the provision of the 10 cycle spaces in accordance with the relevant policies, which refer to sustainable transport and parking provision retrospectively, would be acceptable. As a council, we try to promote sustainable transport, and as Milton is a 25-minute cycle from the city centre, officers do consider that the loss of one car space to allow for the actual doors to open up into the car park to allow people to put their cycles in would be appropriate and would be acceptable. just go to the next one. So again, just another close-up of where this would be going. So it wouldn't be encroaching onto highway land or anything like that. It would be just going in this location here, which would then this location, which would then take up this bay, which, as you can see, is currently being used for bin storage. The application has garnered quite a lot of support from councillors and from third-party representatives. There has been one objection from a third-party rep, which did voice concern in relation to the presence of a shed within the wider car parking area, and how this would impact the number of spaces said to be existing on the site in the application. Officers did check that this piece of land was within the council's ownership, and that this shed that is there at the moment is unauthorised and isn't accepted, so it could be removed if necessary. It's on council owned land. It's not been, the piece of land hasn't been given to the owner of the shed or anything like that. Milton Parish Council have no recommendation for the scheme. The Parish Council did previously query that there is a stump here shown, if there could be a tree replaced, but given that the stump doesn't really add anything to the landscape or anything like that, officers do consider it would be a bit unfair to ask for its replacement. The local highways authority don't have an objection to the development in principle, but did voice some concerns on the reliance of the 5 spaces shown here in the application to provide relief of the loss of the 1 space within the car park boundaries. And there was also requested proof that the 24 spaces that said that there is existing be kind of shown. There are no parking bays outlined on the site, not designated specifically, not clearly. So the removal of the 1 space is considered acceptable given the no provision on site for the cycle store. But in regards to actually demonstrating the existing 24 car spaces, it is considered that the car park was constructed in accordance with policies of the local plan back when it was approved in 1969. So to hold the site accountable to new policies in relation to parking provision and bay sizing would be unfair through this application. And again, just to reiterate, with Milton being so close from the city centre, it would be likely that not all of the occupants actually of the neighbouring flats have cars and would actually need cycle storage, which they don't currently benefit from. So in the bin storage would be secured through condition, just to reiterate that, given that there is quite a few bins shown in the location of the cycle store. So just a very quick presentation. Officers do recommend that the application is approved subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Amy. We do have a few public speakers on this application, members, but before we move on to that, does anyone have any questions of clarification for the officer? Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. Could you just clarify for me which way the bus shelter will be facing? So the cycle, sorry, the busway. I've got busways on the brain. Why would that be? It's the cycle shelter. Is it facing out towards the road? And there, because I'm just thinking, if it's facing into the car park, we'd probably lose 2 spaces rather than 1, because people would be needing to come around it.
It is facing into the car park, so it would be opening up into the car park area rather than the highways, as that wouldn't be suitable, as given that it would block the footpath. So the applicant has kind of put it so that it does open up into. If I get up a quick plan just to show quickly. It should have been included in the plans pack. There we go. If I share my screen quickly once again, just to show, it's a very plain plan in that sense, where you can see where the sorry, just assuming my screen is visible again. This is where it would be located and it would open up. So it's more so kind of onto not the grass verge where those bollards are. So the actual doors would open up into one space, while this is included onto where the bollards were shown in that photograph. I can get that photograph up again if needs be.
Okay, so essentially the bike store won't be in a parking space. It will be the access to and from it will be using that space.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Apologies.
understood.
Yes, I should have made that clear.
Understood. Thank you. Members, any further questions of clarity, or can we, Councillor Hawkins, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just, I mean, from the photograph that we saw, we can see that the bins tend to be put in that parking space. Now, where are they going to be allowed to put their bins if not there?
Sure.
So,
Amy?
So there was an update from the applicant this morning, which did say that they are looking to find a new location. I believe it's condition 3 or 4 put onto the plan that says that they will have to submit a yes, it's condition 4. They would have to confirm the location of the bin store to ensure that these bins are kept off of the local highway and things like that, as there is going to be a cycle store in there prior to the actual use of the cycle store. So they would be able to build it, but they just wouldn't be able to use it. So it is in their best interest to get that information over to us sooner rather than later. As I don't believe this is an actual designated area for the bins anyway. It's just more so just where they've been gathered.
No, that's clear. Thank you for that. Okay, Amy, thank you for that. We may call on you a bit later on, but we're going to move on to our public speakers now. The first of which we saw slightly earlier, Gabrielle Bienzabas. I'm sure that's the authentic pronunciation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very faintly. Is there any chance you could increase the volume or move closer to the mic, possibly?
Yes, 1 second. Is that any better?
Very slightly. Still very difficult to hear you.
Okay, 1 second then.
Okay, I mean, if this is the best we have, we'll do our best to accommodate you, Gabrielle. So, am I right in thinking you're representing CamCycle today?
No. I am a CamCycle trustee, but I represent Milton Cycling Campaign. So, Milton Cycling Campaign. I'm the lead of Milton Cycling Campaign. So Milton Cycling Campaign won the £15,000 grant from the Zero Carbon Communities back in 2020, and this is part of that of one of those schemes that we kind of put into the plans. So we have a few comments to make on this application. So we support the application, but we have a few concerns. So the main concerns remain on the Sheffield stands that should be sunk into concrete to make them more secure and more difficult to remove, or have shear nuts, also called security nuts. That's to make it more difficult to remove those stands and impede or basically or deter cycle theft if access was to be gained to the shed. The coded padlock, which I believe is one of the items the cycle store comes with a coded padlock. We would like that coded padlock, the number to be changed every 3 to 6 months, just because when there is a number, it's likely that more people will find out, and it's just for security purposes. Makes sense to have that number being replaced or updated frequently, or replace it with a key padlock instead, and have a master key at the parish office, which is just across the road actually. And one observation that I make, but I'm aware of this, in as I kind of been pushing through these plans, is that there is not sufficient cycle parking for all the residents, and also the cycle parking that will be provided will only be suitable for the standard 2-wheel cycles. So that's image 1 from the LTN, from figure 5.2 from the LTN 120. So no hand cycles, cargo bikes, tandems, or cycles with trailers, or any other cycle types that you can imagine. So it's only standard 2-wheel bikes, which is possibly okay for the use, but it's just to be it's an observation. And the last one, it's one to do with the visibility of the shed. From memory, I don't think the area is that well lit, and also the shed will be located adjacent to the car park in this area, which is currently it's just a grass strip. And my observation is that it might be a good idea, seeing as there is quite a lot of car movements. Well, not that many car movements, but there is some car movements in and out the site, to maybe mark the edges of the shed with reflective tape or some sort of reflective material in order to aid visibility of the shed. And those are my comments.
Great, no, thank you very much. Those are useful to hear those. Members, do we have any questions or clarification for Gabrielle? No, I can't see any. So, Gabrielle, thank you very much for taking the time to join us and give us your thoughts. Those were very... Martin, did you want to ask? For the... Okay, well, we'll come on to that in a second. We do have one more public speaker before we move on to the debate, and we have the local member, Councillor Judith Rippeth, who's joining us virtually. Afternoon, Judith, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, okay.
Hear and see you fine. So I think you know the procedure, 3 minutes, and then we may ask some questions of you. So please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The idea for secure cycle parking at this location first came about through a successful grant application to the Zero Carbon Communities scheme. The site is within easy cycling distance of many places of work in Cambridge and Waterbeach, which are quite commutable on a bicycle, such as the Science Park. As you will have seen on the plans, the shelter will use one car parking space and a small area to the front of it, which currently has a number of bins scattered next to a tree stump. Although the photos show lawn in front of the block of flats, the area near to the bins is obviously not usable in summer because of the smell. I have had to confirm that the matter of the bin storage is being taken on by the assets and compliance team, who are looking into changing the bins to larger ones and fewer, and additionally creating a storage area for them. Importantly, if granted permission, this would be implemented before the bike shelter. This will have the additional benefit of tidying up the immediate environment and improve the amenity. Although anecdotal evidence and not an official survey, I can confirm that I've visited the flats on both a weekend and during the week and at different times of day. The car park has never been at capacity, and indeed often with many spaces left vacant. To enable residents to make more journeys by bicycle, or indeed in some cases not require ownership of a car at all, this shelter will enable them to make that step, removing the need to carry bikes up staircases and into flats or stored on balconies. I ask that committee supports this application, which will have both environmental and health and wellbeing benefits and make life for residents just that little bit easier. Thank you. And I understand that Lawrence has a couple of short statements from my ward colleagues.
We do have written comments from Councillors Bracknam and Bear Park, which we do have physical copies of here. So, I mean, I wasn't proposing on reading them out, but essentially they are wholeheartedly supportive, as you have been, of the application.
Okay, just wanted to check that everyone had
Yeah,
them.
no,
Great,
I think
thank
everyone
you.
is in possession of those. Members, do we have any questions of clarity for one of the three local members? No, I think that's extremely clear, Judith.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thank you very much for...
I'll stay on to see what happens.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Well, members, those are all our public speakers, so we'll move into the debate section now. Councillor Khan, I think you had a...
I had a question on the office. I just wanted to, it seems to me, it appears to me, and maybe the office could confirm, that this actually is permitted development, local authority development under one of the permitted development things. It's a small building, less than 4 metres high, and I would think below the volume. I just wanted to explain to me why that doesn't account and why an application's been put in.
Through you, Chair, it's not permitted development. Flats don't benefit from permitted development rights, so they can't install that without planning permission.
And it's because it's a flat housing development rather than a general.
It's also an outbuilding forward of the main building line as well, so it wouldn't be permitted development on that basis either.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, anyone wish to ask any further questions of clarity of officers or make any points for debate? Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the comments that were made about lighting, I'm just wondering if we're able to put a requirement for lighting or reflective material as was requested, and whether we could just condition that to taking on board the comments that were made on the basis that it is our application as well. So I'm sure we wouldn't appeal ourselves, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Condition 3 talks about materials to be used in external construction of the development, and as you can see, it's a fairly standard metal type structure that will be put on the site. In terms of reflective material, I think that's something we could include as part of the structure, but I think lighting is probably a step too far in terms of it being a reasonable requirement as a result of the scale of the development.
Chair, if I may then, can we condition reflective material and inform ourselves of lighting, please?
So you're proposing including in condition 3 specifying reflective material, then adding an informative, if possible, proper lighting. Officers, do you need to chip in on that, or is that clear?
I'm happy to include the reflective
Yeah.
material as part of condition 3 and that informative, yes, that's fine.
Okay, good. Members, does anyone have an issue with including those 2 points? No? Okay, so we'll include those should we vote to approve this. Members, does anyone wish to make any further points, or like me, do you feel in a position to make a decision? Agreed. Okay, well, members, we have the recommendation is on page 96, and that is to approve, subject to the conditions laid out in the papers, with the addition of the reflective material in condition 3 and the informative around lighting. Members, does anybody wish to vote against or abstain on that recommendation? No. Can we take it by affirmation that is agreed? Agreed. Okay, so that is unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Amy. Okay, we're now on to agenda item number 9, which is on page 97 of our papers. The application is at Braybank Barnes, Ellsworth Road, Conington. The application is for a single-storey side extension. The reason it is before us today is because the applicant is related to a staff member of the council, so it has to come to us as a matter of process. The presenting officer is Dominic Bush, who I see has joined us online. Dominic, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. So, Dominic, I'll hand over to you then. If there's any updates to the report in front of us, please do give us the updates and then introduce the report, please. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Can I just confirm you can see my PowerPoint?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you. There are no updates to the application. And as you just mentioned, the application is for a single-storey side extension at 4 Braybank Barnes in Conington. There are 2 applications. There's the householder application and then the listed building application that goes with it for the same proposal. The application site, as shown on this map, is located in Conington and is accessed from Ellsworth Road running to the west. The property is a single-storey, semi-detached dwelling, which is attached to 3 Braybank Barns at the south, shown here. Whilst to the west of the site is the residential gardens of 3 Braybank Barns. The application site was a previously agricultural outbuilding that has been converted previously to residential use. This GIS map shows a larger view of the area with the Grade 2 listed Braybank Manor farmhouse further to the south of the site. The application site to which this application is concerned is currently listed due to its proximity to the Grade 2 listed farmhouse, as well as the date the application or the property was constructed. The property is also located outside of the development framework of Conington, which is shown by the dashed line to the west. This is the proposed site plan for the application, with the proposed side extension shown here to the north elevation of the existing property. And here are the existing and proposed elevations, with the extension shown here at the bottom. This is the existing and proposed floor plans. And here are some contextual photos of the site. This is the front of the property looking to the west. This is looking south from the north of the property, where the extension will join the north elevation of the existing property. This is looking southwest from where the extension will sit towards 3 Braybank Barns, with the residential gardens visible in the foreground. This is looking south further down the site, with the listed farmhouse visible in the distance. And this is a closer up view of the farmhouse. And this is the view of the listed farmhouse from along Ellsworth Road. The Conservation Officer held no objection to the proposal, and the detail of their opinion can be seen in section 6.2 of the report. And as laid out in section 9 of the report, the recommendation is for approval subject to the following conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Dominic, thank you very much. Members, we have no public speakers on this application, so I think we can go straight to debate and any questions of clarification for the officers. So, well, members, over to you if there's any. Sorry, so members, over to you if there's any questions of clarity for the officer or anyone wishes to chip in with the debate. We'll go Councillors Hawkin, Sanford, and then Martin Khan.
Thank you, Chair. 3 is just some clarification, and again, this is to do with dimensions. So forgive me if it might seem a bit small issue, but it's not. We have in paragraph 3.2 where it says the single suicide zone is extended by approximately 4.66 to the north, 5.3 meters wide. And then in 8.16, we have 6.5 meters and 4.9 meters. So how big is this extension? Just those numbers are inconsistent.
So Dominic, I don't know if you could confirm the actual scale of the extension, please?
Yeah, sorry, apologies. So this might be a bit clearer if you can see this. The internal measurements of the extension, so it's 4.3 meters internally to the north, and then 4.226 meters in width.
Chair, that's a different set of figures to what's in our report.
So the ones in the measurements in the report, one of them will be the external measurements. I can't measure them at this exact moment in time, but I can come back to you with the measurements externally if that would be helpful.
I'm not sure it's clear about my question.
No, sorry, I'm just, so Dominic, in 8.16 of our report, it says the extension is 6.5 metres by 4.9, and then earlier in the report, somewhere, which I've now lost, it says it's slightly smaller.
Yeah, so it will be the smaller measurement, it's not 6.9, sorry.
Okay, so we should go by 3.2 in the report, which says it's 4.66 wide by 5.3.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay,
that's correct.
Fine. So members, if we're taking the measurements in 3.2 of the report.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just...
No problem. Okay, we've clarified that. Councillor Sanford, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am somewhat familiar with this property, having put leaflets in their mailbox on a number of occasions recently.
Are you declaring an interest then?
That's not an interest. As long as the mailbox remains, that's fine. It is a rural location. The property does not overlook other habitation, and it is not overlooked by other habitation. As the proposed materials match those of the existing property, that would be my only concern. I see that's called out in 18.7 that it will be matching, so I would be inclined to vote in favour of this application.
Thank you. And Councillor Martin Khan.
Really a bit of a comment, really, that I see that the extension is proposed with a reduced roof line and a slight setback from the original building, which makes it look rather like a little tag-on. And in this instance, I know this is generally what is requested of extension, but in this instance, I think the building would have been better with if the existing line was continued and the existing sides continued, so that it was seen part of the original building. I think it would look much less of a add-on. And I don't think there's sufficient reason to refuse it, but because we had to deal with what's coming. But it's just a comment that one perhaps ought to be a bit careful sometimes in not always following a doctrinaire response to these occasions. I mean, let's look at each individual situation.
No, thank you. I think that comment's been noted. Members, is anyone inclined to either vote against or abstain on this? I haven't heard anyone with any negative comments that they think are warrant refusal, but if anyone would like to put that forward now, please do. No? Okay. Members, we do have a recommendation on page 104. Which is to approve subject to the conditions as laid out in the papers. Does anyone wish to vote against or abstain on that recommendation? No? Members, can we take that as approved by affirmation?
Agreed.
Agreed. So that's unanimous approval. Dominic, thank you very much. But if you stay on the line, I think you're going to present the next item to us as well, which is a follow-on. So agenda item 10, members, the same address, same applicant, same reason it's in front of us, but a slightly different application. Dominic, perhaps if you could introduce that to us, please.
Yeah, do you want me to just run through the presentation briefly again? It will just be the same presentation, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, if you could sort of outline what the difference between this application and the previous would be.
Okay,
members,
yeah.
Please. We don't need to go through the
fine.
detail again.
Yeah, that's fine. So the listed building application is just concerned with the heritage aspect of the proposal. So that'll be the impact on the listed building, which is located here, and as highlighted by the conservation officer's comments, the heritage importance of the property is related rather to the relationship between the properties within the farmyard rather than the individual property, and therefore the proposal is acceptable in its modest scale and the impact it would have on the proposal.
So for clarity, this is just the listed building consent that needs to be sought because this application is within the curtilage of a listed building, albeit the building itself is not listed.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Or my view is it's fairly straightforward and we can probably move to a decision on this unless any members have any pressing questions. No? Okay, well, members, we have a recommendation in front of us on page 110, and that recommendation is to approve subject to the two conditions as laid out in the papers. Do any members feel inclined to vote against or abstain on this recommendation? No. Can we again take that by affirmation to approve? Agreed, so that is also unanimously approved. Dominic, thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item 11. This is an application at 26 Maris Green, Great Shelford. The proposal is the demolition and replacement of an outbuilding in the curtilage of a Grade 2 listed building. The applicant is a Mr. T. Hacking, and the reason it is before us today is because, again, it concerns the demolition of a listed building. We have the presenting officer, Karen Pell-Coggins, who's with us on the screen. Karen, good afternoon.
Afternoon, members.
Apologies, Chair. I just realised I may know the applicant. So I've just put that on as a potential interest.
Does that preclude you from taking part?
No, it may be a former colleague of mine.
Okay.
I just noticed.
I suppose it's up to your discretion whether you continue or not, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe I'll go and sit this one out. It's actually just
okay.
Belt and braces.
You just fancied a break, I think, Richard.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to. You know, I need to leave frequently. So.
Okay, so for clarity, Councillor Richard Williams may or may not have a conflict, so he's playing it safe and removing himself for this item and presumably the next. So with that, sorry to interrupt you, Karen.
That's okay.
We can see your presentation on the screen. So
Perfect.
if you would like to present the report to us and then hang around in case there's any questions. Thank you.
Sure. So this is two planning applications. One, a householder application for erection of an outbuilding, and secondly, a listed building consent application for demolition of the existing outbuilding. Bear with me. So the site is within the development framework of Great Shelford, outside the conservation area, which you can see the pink line here. The conservation area is to the south of the site, and it is a Grade 2 listed building. I just move on to the site plan. The outbuilding is to the northwest of the existing dwelling. Single-storey outbuilding, not in a particularly good condition, and the application seeks to demolish this outbuilding and replace it one with a very similar scale, design, etc. So just moving on, so it's an aerial photograph of the site. So you can see the listed building here. It's situated, so this is Maris Green to the left-hand side of the picture here. This is the outbuilding with the roof, and the listed building faces westwards towards the garden of the main garden of the property. These are some photographs from the street. So this is on the left-hand side is the photograph of the listed building, which is the render building here. This is the existing outbuilding, which is to be demolished and replaced. An existing tree, which will be removed just here. Again, this is from coming up Maris Green towards the site. So again, you can see the outbuilding here, the existing listed building here behind the neighbouring property, which is this garage and house in the foreground. Here's a photograph from the garden of the listed building, which shows the rear elevation of the outbuilding currently, and the building on the left-hand side here is the garage to the neighbour. And then I've just put some photographs in so you can see the sort of character and appearance of the main listed building. So the one to the top left is the front elevation, main front elevation. The bottom left is the rear elevation, and then you've got all of the elevations of the outbuilding, which shows you. So this one is the one which faces the road. This is the one which faces the parking area, the one which faces the garden, and then the one that faces the neighbour. So in terms of the existing floor plans, the outbuilding is used as a studio storage area and a storage area stroke garage at the moment, although it's mainly used for storage. Simple design with a dual pitched roof, and it's timber cladding, as you can see in the photographs, and corrugated tin roof. The new outbuilding to replace that again would be a studio and a study stroke workshop area. Again, a simple sort of dual pitched roof building, which would be timber weatherboarding with corrugated tin roof painted black. There are some roof lights, and a flue will serve a wood burner within the studio area. So the main considerations for the full application is the principle of development, the character and appearance of the area, heritage assets, trees, biodiversity and neighbour amenity. And then for the listed building application, which we'll come on to, is the impact on heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Members, do we have any questions of clarification on Karen's presentation before we move to our public speakers? No, I don't think we do. So thank you, Karen. We will come back to you, but we're going to go to the Parish Council representative, Councillor Greg Price, who I believe is joining us online. Councillor Price.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Great Shelford Parish Council, and we are in support of this application. We have obviously looked at it, and we believe that a sympathetic development will enhance the local area. However, we would like the tree that will need to be removed to be replaced elsewhere on the property with a mature native tree.
Is that it? Okay. Oh, short and sweet.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's very, very concise, and we appreciate you taking the time to join us to give us your comments. Members, do you have any questions for the for Councillor Price? I don't think we do, Councillor Price. So yeah, again, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us this afternoon. We also have the two local members for Shelford who are actually with us today in the committee, Councillors Fane and Jackson Wood. Gentlemen, I don't know if you want to speak as local members at this point. It's not essential, but you may speak in the debate as committee members equally. Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I think with Councillor Jackson Wood's assent, I'll go first on this. Yes, I think this is a very simple application, really. Marius Farm is an important 17th century building. The outbuilding in question effectively protects it, shields the position, but it is not in very good condition. I have to say I haven't actually been inside it to check the structural condition of it, but clearly it is in need of works, and the Heritage Officer has said that the proposed replacement building, which is slightly different from that previously considered, there's no concerns about. It is very sympathetic. It's covered in very similar materials. It's a very similar scale and design materials. And I make no comment on the tree. The trees officer says that it's not in particularly good condition. It's a yew tree, however. It is sort of directly against the current building, so inevitably it's not in the best of condition. The trunk sits against the building. So I have no views on that, but I do think that it does make sense to approve the replacement of this probably 20th century, we don't know the exact date of it, it could be 19th, probably 20th century outbuilding with a new building of similar and sympathetic design.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. Councillor Jackson Wood, would you like to speak as local member? Please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Fane mentioned, although I'm not familiar or not had any partaking in this application to date, I am familiar with the exterior of the building, which is in a relatively dilapidated state, certainly from its external experience. I can't speak. Appearance, there we go, sorry. So absolutely I'd be very supportive of something that was very similar in appearance, albeit a lot newer and better. So I think it would definitely enhance the road and the surrounding area.
Great, thank you very much. Those are all our public speakers, members, so I think we can move into the debate part of proceedings, and if members have any questions or clarification as well, then now is the time to ask. So Councillor Heather Williams and then Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to Councillor Price about the tree, if that's something that we can condition. Looking just for a nod or a shake of head, or that was a look, that means it's a no. So, okay, we've posed the question. It would be nice if a tree was planted, but it's been made very clear to me that that's not possible. But as there is general consensus and support, Chair, then I see no reason why committee would deviate from that.
So just on that point, I'm assuming the response would be it is unreasonable to request a replacement tree planted?
Yeah, in this instance, Chair, if it was a protected tree via tree preservation order or in the conservation area, then yes, I think there would be some grounds to say it was a reasonable position, but in this instance, no, they could obviously remove that tomorrow and there'd be no requirement for us to be able to replace that tree in any form. So in this instance, my advice is no.
Okay, understood. I mean, well, Councillors Hawkins and then Martin Khan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Quick one, hopefully. The paragraph 7.1 on page 115, where it talks about the third-party representation. I just wanted to confirm, because obviously they're concerned that the building doesn't overhang the neighbour's land, and I presume that's the one behind. Can we confirm that the building is not higher than what, or the proposed new building is not higher than what is there now, or is it?
Karen, that might be one for you, I think. The question was around the third-party representations of that just didn't want the gutters to on the new building to overhang the neighbouring property. Can you just clarify, one, if that is the case, and two, the new building wouldn't be larger than the existing?
So, yeah, no problem. So the site plan submitted with the application shows the roof plan of the building, and the gutters would not overhang the neighbouring boundary, and the height of the building is exactly the same as the existing building. Thanks.
Thank you. It's just been pointed out 8.33 does confirm that the guttering doesn't overhang the neighbouring property, so hopefully that has alleviated the concern of the third party. Martin, please.
Simply, I wanted to comment that though it's quoted that the tree is a yew tree, looking at the picture, it looked more like a blue cedar or a blue spruce, which are non-native trees, and so it would be less. That would just make it less serious consideration than if it was a native tree.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, again, any final comments before I move us to a decision? Okay, members, we have a recommendation, page 119, and the recommendation is to approve, subject to the conditions listed in the agenda papers. Members, does anyone wish to either vote against that recommendation or abstain on the decision? I don't see any. Can we take that by affirmation that we approve? Agreed. So that is unanimously approved. Members, last application, and it is linked again as the previous two were. So Karen, hopefully you haven't left. Yep, you're still there. Good. Could you take us through agenda item 12, which is the same application, but it's the listed building consent that goes with the application we've just approved?
Yep, so can you see my presentation?
We can.
Excellent. I will leave it on this mode if that's okay. So as you've seen it before, so the listed building application is for demolition of the existing outbuilding. So main issues to consider are the impact on heritage assets with specific reference to loss of any historic fabric. Thank you. Happy to show any details that you need to see again.
Thank you. So members, as with the previous two applications in Connington, this is essentially the same application, but it's the listed building consent that's required as the building proposed to be removed is listed. Members, do we have any questions on this one for the officer, or is it all straightforward, as I think it is? Councillor Heather Williams.
Sorry to disappoint, Chair. If I could just ask Karen about materials in destruction, you mentioned about that. Is there any way of trying to ask for the materials to be, when it's demolished, sensitively, so that those materials can be reused, or is that not possible? Just to try and keep the historical fabric, because there'll be there'll be other properties that probably could benefit from that material, rather than sort of just a bulldozer attached to it, sort of thing.
It may. I wouldn't say it's necessarily appropriate given the quality of the materials, in terms of what the materials actually are, and they're not in particularly good condition. But that is something that potentially could be conditioned. I wouldn't recommend it though, necessarily.
Your advice is taken, Karen.
Thanks.
Thank you. Members, anything further on this one? Are we all in a position to make a decision? Okay, well, we have a recommendation on page 127, and that is again to approve, subject to the two conditions laid out in the papers. Does anyone wish to either vote against or abstain on that recommendation? No. Can we take it by affirmation that is approved? So that is unanimously approved. Karen, thank you very much. Members, we're at the end of the planning applications we need to look at now. We do have two more items on the agenda. That's the Enforcement and Appeals Report. I would ask if someone could go fetch Richard, because I'm hoping he's not conflicted on the last two items. So we're just going to, I don't think we need to break for this. We're just going to fetch our member back. So people can give us 30 seconds. John, are you presenting the next item, the enforcement?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you very much. It will just be a note plus a little executive summary, Chair.
Okay, we're just waiting for a member to come back who is now with us. Okay, if we're ready, members, we'll move on to agenda item 13, which is the enforcement report. And we have John Shuttlewood joining us virtually. John, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair. Nice to see everybody.
Yeah, you too. So I'll hand over to you then to introduce the report for us, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, this is the report for September, basically just summarising all August events. So at the end of August and the start of September, there were 142 open cases in South Cambridgeshire, rise of 4 from the previous month. So we had 16 new cases opened and 12 investigations completed. We served 1 enforcement notice in the parish of Linton. That was regarding operational development. Updates to service delivery. Still a current vacancy in the principal enforcement officer lead role. That has been out for external advertisement in the past weeks. Hopefully we have attracted some candidates and officers will be interviewing any of those candidates in due course. However, following a very successful recruitment process, I'm pleased to announce that Tony Wallace has been successful in recruitment for a senior planning enforcement officer on a permanent basis. Tony was, as you may know, acting up into that role for the past 6 months. Turning the page and going down onto last month, we reported the introduction of new ways of alleged breaches of planning control being reported online, along with new online web content. In reference to what Councillor Handley said last month about communications, we are still awaiting a full suite of communications to be released in the coming months. But I would ask members, I'd be very grateful if you members could steer any parish council requests at the moment to the inquiry form and make them aware of it. It would actually make they then have the opportunity to upload any additional documents and photographs themselves. And once they've submitted everything online, they then get back, once the information has been validated, they get back details of the case officer and a case reference and a point of contact. Should members wish for specific updates on any sites, please come to me permanently or just come to me individually, and I will reply offline via email. I'm happy to meet you in person or give you a telephone call. Updates on Smithy Fen. An experienced enforcement officer has been allocated to the Smithy Fen site investigation, and the officer has undertaken a site visit and has begun engaging with the on-site community on issues to do with the lawful use of the site. The site visit has indicated very low levels of occupancy across the site, where there are several empty and vacant lawful pitches. The compliance team are therefore working with council colleagues to explore and agree the council's approach to the site and ensuring its appropriate occupation and management. Now, I understand the officer, Neil Langley, was due to meet some of the occupiers on the site in the very near future. Unfortunately, this meeting has had to be rescheduled. That's the report, Chair. Thank you very much. If anybody has any comments or questions, I'll take them now. Thank you.
John, thank you very much for that. We do have a few in the room, so Councillor Heather Williams and then Hawkins, please.
Thank you. First of all, just echo congratulations to Tony, because I know I think we all know he's been working very hard and acting up in his role, so that's good. On the vacancies, I just want to clarify, because there's also a vacancy on the Cambridge City only side. I take it that is dealt with amongst the Cambridge City only staff. We're not having to sort of make up for that and therefore losing hours on our side of things. So some reassurance on that, please. And in relation to Smithy Fen, now there are, I won't say who, but there are only 2 councillors that are on this committee today that this agenda item does not predate. And it may actually predate all bar 1. So I say that, but it's been on the agenda every single meeting since I got elected. We have real issues with that site for a very long time. And just this little paragraph here that says we've allocated probably yet another person to it doesn't really give a sense of encouragement that we're making progress. And there are safeguarding issues in relation to the site as well, and I feel like I am channeling Councillor Nick Wright right now. But, you know, even if we can't have it here, can we have a briefing, Chair, or something on this site? Because I know Councillor Hawkins in the past has said it's very frustrating when you've got an application that's on for a period of time. Nothing has been on more than this. And it really does feel like it's never ending. And I know it's a particular issue for the local residents. So can we have some sort of briefing perhaps, or meet with officers as committee, or whatever it is that means we get more than these couple of sentences, because it's such an important issue. That being said, with everything else, what you were saying about to do parish councils as well, be really handy if we had something that wrote down. If you want us to communicate that, send it out to us, and I'm sure all members of the council would send it on to their parishes and encourage it. But probably better to give us something in writing than let 10 councillors here interpret their own way of what you've just said and repeat it to parish councils. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. So, John, I think two questions there. One regarding the vacancy in Cambridge City. Is that up for Cambridge City to recruit rather than us in South Cambs? And two, would it be possible for interested members to get an offline briefing on Smithy Fen to go into a bit more detail?
Thank you, Chair. If I answer Councillor Williams' questions in reverse. So the writing of the email, yes, we can do that, and I can send that across to all members, and in fact to get that to all councillors, that'd be fantastic. With regard to Smithy Fen, I can certainly take that back to Stephen Kelly, Executive Officer, and Neil Langley, who is working on the case, and I will let Stephen contact you regarding that. But it's obviously not just a planning issue on site, as you allude to. You know, there are safeguarding issues which kind of suggest it's police, it's social services, it's housing. There's a whole manner of suite of issues on site there. And regarding the city and the district council split, you asked the question as whether the district is some way kind of compromised as through the vacancies of the city, and whether there's some kind of imbalance at all. I'd just like to state here at the moment that I am was originally a full city officer dealing purely with city, and due to the amalgamation of the two areas in the shared service and the fact that the enforcement team on a day-to-day basis has now come together, I'm now taking my time out from the city and working on district council. So the city might actually say in reverse, but they're actually losing some officers as well. But currently, basically, the enforcement team is part of the shared service. The shared service, we are South Cambs employees. So as such, South Cambs employees, South Cambs put out the advertisements for the shared service across the two local planning authority areas. But we try our very best to have per ratio the same amount of resources in both the city and in district.
Thank you, John. I think we appreciate that, but I think Councillor Williams would like a bit further clarification, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. I want to clarify that question particularly. It's not a case of where people have traditionally worked or not. It is joint service, but it does say on here Cambridge City only, and then says there's a vacancy. What we don't have is sort of SCDC only. So I'm asking if that's happening, or what are we seeing that SCDC only is having to compensate at the moment for the vacancy? And where are we at? We've heard where we're at with the vacancy for the principal planning, but where are we at for the planning compliance officer? Nothing in relation to how you're spending your time or historically which officer is compensating for which authority, specifically around that vacancy, to ensure that both councils are receiving the service that they will require. Thank you, Chair.
So
Go on, John. I was going to say how I understood it was that all, the Greater Cambridge Planning Service Enforcement Team is everyone in this list in the agenda, I think perhaps the Cambridge City only might be a bit misleading, unless you're saying something else.
No,
I thought everyone was one happy family now.
everyone is one happy family, Chair. I can report that. I'm actually struggling on my report, but I printed out to actually see where it says Cambridge City only. So perhaps that's just my copy, but I can assure Councillor Williams that all all officers in the team work on both codes, city and district.
Page
So
is
that
130, if that helps.
okay. I'm afraid I don't have a massive document in front of me, Councillor Williams, but I will take your word for it. With regards to the senior enforcement post, that is due to close, I believe, on the 5th of October. So we see what candidates we get from that. I understand that there has been some interest shown about that post. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I've got a list of speakers. Come on, Aaron. I've got a list of speakers. I'm not sure if it's up to date. I've got Councillors Hawkins and Khan. Is that historic? Oh, give them to me a platform.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair. On the issue of Smithy Fen, we have been doing a lot of work in the background. We did actually have a consultant do some work on this. And what we found is there's a lot of sites that are no longer occupied, as you probably heard. And there's some things that are not applicable now that were then, and et cetera, et cetera. So they're a lot more complicated than has, that is seen on the surface. But there is work on it. And yes, we've had to change the personnel as time's gone on. But there is progress on it. And we'll take it forward to have some briefing or the other. I understand that. But just to assure you that it is not quiet. On the compliance is what we call it now. Actually, there was a notification through the Chief Exec update at the beginning of August about what the new process is and website and stuff like that. So I think if you look back, you see that we already have actually sent information out to members. And if memory serves me right, we also had one from communications team, but we can send that out again just to remind members. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm saying that to everyone. And last but not least, I thought we were going to have a briefing on the compliance, the new compliance policy for the planning committee. Am I missing that? Can we look at that, please? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I think officers have taken that away specifically. Members, does anyone else have any further questions for our enforcement officer, John?
I don't see any.
No? Okay. Well, John, thank you very much. Appreciate, it's always difficult being at the back end of the agenda because you never know when to join, but we appreciate your patience. So thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll see you at the forthcoming meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, you will.
Okay, members, final item, that is an update on appeals. This is agenda item 14, and I believe Mr. McIntosh will be presenting this one to us.
Thank you, Chair. The item is for information for members. If there's any questions, I'm happy to ask them or take any queries away if I can't answer them off the top of my head now. But yes, obviously it's the usual format in terms of appeal decisions, ones that are awaiting decisions, and ones that are sort of in the pipeline being prepared. So I don't know if there's any queries. I'm happy to take those now.
I really wanted to ask about the bill on Impington Lane, which I was very glad to see was dismissed. It was quite complicated. It was an issue where we disagreed with the reports of the land drainage issue, because it's a drainage issue. I just wondered what issues had been the how had the inspector dealt with that issue, the fact that we disagreed with with the statutory consultees on that one in our reasons for refusal. What was the main supporting? How did you respond? Because I thought it'd be interesting to find out.
Sorry, can you just confirm which item?
It is number 60 Impington Lane, the decision notified.
Oh, right. I haven't read the decision myself, but I'm happy to get a copy of it across to you if you want. If you'd like to read it, I can get that for you and send it over.
Thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. On page 137, I don't believe we've ever been turned away before. So just some explanation as to why on that application we were turned away.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I imagine it's been deemed to be out of time by the Planning Inspectorate, so on that basis the appeal can't proceed.
So for clarity, it's not us that's been turned away, the application to appeal has been turned away because it's past the decision time. Okay, well presumably, as I'm guessing they're appealing a refusal, the appeal is not going to be allowed, presumably as it was a retrospective, that should now need to be enforced, or a fresh application forthcoming.
Either of those two options, yeah. I'll have to check with the enforcement team about the status of enforcement action.
I'll say if we could, because I think it's really important if we've managed to uphold something at appeal, then even especially retrospective, that we do then enforce. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, as we had in Girton last month. Appreciate you weren't here actually, but if members remember that one. Members, any final questions on the appeals section of the agenda? No. Okay, members, I think we've got there. We're at the end. So thank you very much, everyone, officers, members of the committee, anyone that's joined us from the public to address us today. Thank you very much for your involvement. The date of our next meeting is Wednesday, the 12th of October.